Yay.
All righty. Okay. Hello, everybody. I just want to thank everyone for joining us today for the Eritrean-American Initiative for Peace and Dialogue. This is an initiative that is very important to us as a new generation of Eritreans, especially those that are longtime activists, especially with the current war taking place in the region. We felt the need to begin this discussion. We've been watching weeks on end of atrocities taking place. And just this week, we've watched the sad beheadings in Tigray, the massacres in Benchangul. These are catastrophic and inhumane atrocities we are seeing happening. So while we're out here living peacefully in the West, we decided, you know, the team and I, Mark, Naomi, Mikal, and there's other young folks also behind us, trying to understand the situation and say, hey, what can we do while we're out here? So we said, let's have this discourse in peace and dialogue. It's easy to say that, yes, but we must start somewhere. So let's do our part. So we decided to invite our experts that have worked in the region that are here with us today, and our great former Tigadelti, who were a part of both ELF and EPLF, the Eritrean Liberation Front and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. And with that, I'm going to hand over the mic to my partner, Mark Goitom. Thank you.
All right, I'll just give a quick introduction of myself. Adiam did a very good job of kind of introducing the tone for and the reason for why we're here. And just to echo one quick sentiment, yeah, we are very interested in trying to figure out how we can pave a new path for our people forward, kind of carry the torch from what our parents have started for us. And so I think this is a part of what we can do as diaspora Eritreans. And so my name is Mark Goitom. I'm based out of Santa Rosa, California. I'm building on about 8 years of activism focused on Eritrea. Adiam has definitely been a partner for me and helping me to understand kind of the struggles of how to fight, how to be a voice for the voiceless. And I'm also a husband, a father, and a registered nurse. And I'm just excited to be here today with everyone.
I should have introduced myself, right? My name is Adiam Haile Rufael. I've been involved in the movement close to 10 years. I studied political science at the University of California, Riverside, and pretty much took on the full-time activist hippie mode, type of like Occupy Wall Street. And we've been fighting in the Eritrean movement for justice and human rights for a pretty long time. As Mark said, though, our fathers and mothers before us have been fighting for decades on end. And we're just doing our part now to kind of help the generation that's younger than us. So I'm gonna go on ahead and give the mic over to my teammate, Naomi Stefanos.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and everybody watching on live. My name is Naomi Stefanos. I am from Los Angeles, California. I am a senior recruiter here, and I've joined Adiam and Mark and the team to kind of be a voice for the voiceless, like Mark and Adiam kind of talk about a lot. I'm new to this, but I'm really here to be educated and really be more informed. So I'm really happy to be here with all of you, really well-known panelists to understand and better know how I can help as an Eritrean-American. So really happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. And my name is Mikal Daniel. I'm a tech consultant based out of Los Angeles, California. And again, really happy to be part of this team. I graduated from the University of Cincinnati in 2019. And so I'm one of the younger people here on this panel, but it's been really amazing to learn from the rest of the team and see how I can get involved as well, like Naomi said.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to go on ahead and continue over to the experts and our Tigadelti, if they can start introducing themselves. So there's really no order to it, but we'll just start from what I see on the screen. So we'll go on from Dr. Amaniel on down. Dr. Amaniel, if you can just introduce yourself very briefly, a little bit of your background, your connection to Eritrea, and what city and state you live in right now. Very briefly, please, for the audience. Oh, you have to unmute. I think they're all muted.
Let me unmute.
Oh, that's okay.
I clicked ask to unmute.
Okay,
There
I
you go.
muted it now.
There we go.
Yeah.
I think you need to unmute everybody, Naomi. They're all muted, I think, yeah.
Okay. My name is Aman Walmharatab. I joined EPLF in 1974. Since then, I have worked in different rank and files. After independence, I was leading the demobilization and integration program. I left Eritrea in 2003. I'm residing now in Dallas, Texas. Thank you.
Perfect. We can go on down to Dr. Hepner.
She's muted.
Yes.
They have to unmute them. They have to unmute themselves, yeah.
I'm Dr. Tricia Redeker-Hepner. I am a cultural anthropologist. I formerly was at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville for almost 15 years and just recently came to Arizona State University, where I'm directing the graduate program in social justice and human rights at ASU West. I have been, the first time I ever went to Eritrea was in 1995 as a college student. Just after independence, I worked for the Karamtawi Ma'atot in Nefasit. And then later I went back as a graduate student. I studied Tigrinya, I did fieldwork in Eritrea, and I've been working with Eritrean people ever since. So for well over almost, 25 years.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Hepner. Dan?
Hi, I go back to 1976, a little bit later than Emmanuel. My first trip to Ethiopia was 1975, actually, 45 years ago, and then Eritrea was in April of 1976. I spent months living in Eritrea during the struggle. And went back and forth between Khartoum and the field often, and back and forth between the Horn and the U.S. In 1991, I was there right after the end of the war, and then was in and out during the 90s to the point that in the end of the 90s, during the border war, I was given a task by Zemret Yohannes in the Ministry of Information, then he was the acting minister, to do a book on the achievements of the EPLF and to train journalists. And of course, there were no journalists after, no independent journalists after 2001. So that fell apart in a hurry. And in late 2001, I criticized the arrest of the G15. And in 2002, Naisky Kiflu kicked me out. So I have not been legally back in Eritrea since 2002. I taught 12 years after that at Simmons University in Boston. And for the last 6 years, I've been working with the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a consultant to their section on peace and reconciliation, on refugee and migration issues and also peace and security issues. That ended in June, so I am now officially retired.
Very nice.
The last time I was in Eritrea was actually in 2019. When I crossed the border through Zalambasa with 2 priests from the Catholic diocese in Adigrat. And I had been in once before with Winta Haile in crossing the border in Rama, but we only got about 25 meters in, so I'm not sure that counts.
Dan, do you remember when the first time you came from Tigray in 1976?
Yes, 1977, actually. It was in November of 77. I went into Debre Damo.
No, I mean in 1976, in 1976, when the first time you came to the field.
To Fa.
You remember? Yeah.
Yes.
And I was one of the people
I met Pavlos.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dan. I see a lot of you guys have history with each other, and that's really nice, something positive to hear. Okay, so next we're gonna go to, his name is Tisfagavar Wilde-Georgis. I call him Memhud. He's infamously known as Memhud in our movement. Tisfagavar Wilde-Georgis, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Adi Amina, for introducing me. My name is Tisfagavar Wilde-Georgis. Like everyone in my generation, I joined the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, 1975. And as you know, there was a terrible civil war between EPLF and ELF, and ELF was driven out at the beginning of 1980s to Sudan. I lived there for about 6 years, came to the United States in 1987. Since then, I live here in the United States, in the state of Maryland, Washington, D.C. area. And I've been active, even though we were out from the field, but we were not out from the struggle. So still, I'm trying to be a voice for the voiceless. I'm here on the personal level, but I'm a member of EPDP. That's my short. I think that's enough, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Memhare. Next we have Pamela Delargy.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I see some old friends here too, and some good new young friends. I guess I'm a mid-level Eritrean experience person because I started working with Eritrean refugees in Sudan in the 1983, 4, 5, 6 in Sudan, and a lot of my friends that I made there at the time were ELF. That's when ELF was coming out of the field there, and then went to the field first time 1989 and 1990, and I was at University of North Carolina. Then I did my master's in public health on the EPLF health system at the time. And then later was in Eritrea from 1992 till 1999, first with USAID and then with the UN Population Fund. Was a referendum observer at the time as well. And at the time, it was, an amazing time to be there those first few years, really quite amazing. Learned so much that I was able to think about and apply in other places later. But of course, it was a sad time toward the end when I was leaving too, because of the war and many other things that were going on. I then went back at the UN, worked in humanitarian response in West Africa, lots of other places in Africa, ended up back in Sudan from 2010 to 2014. But again, working with old friends at the Ministry of Health in Eritrea who used to come back and forth to Sudan in a joint program that we had there. I testified at the UN Human Rights Commission in 2018 on Eritrean refugees and the situation of Eritrean refugees, especially in the Mediterranean, because I was working at that time the Secretary General's Office for Migration. I am now with Trish at Arizona State University, where I work on refugee education programs. So there's still a link with Eritreans. Sad to say, in some ways, our largest programs are in the Middle East, but we also have really big program in Ethiopia and Uganda, in Kenya, and now with Eritrean refugees in Israel. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to Hagosa. Hagosa is going to be speaking in Tigrinya, but we have translators that are going to translate and copy and paste it in the comment section for her. Okay, Hagosa, go for it.
Yeah, my name is Hagosa Iyob. زيادة عن التقرينيا خزاربيو دس دبلني إنجليش يسبر بارسلا زغوني أنا عيفوتوني متسب كوميونيكيشن كجورلو شمي حاجوسا ሰሓፅን ኢዮብ እየ ዝበሃል ግን ሓጎሳ ኢዮብ ይፅዋዕ ኣብዛ ዓዲ ተጋዳሊት ናይ ህዝባዊ ግንባር ነይረ ብ1982 ተሰሊፈ ኣብ ግዜ በራጊድ እንዳ ሰብዓ በርጌድ ነይረ ኣብ ግዜ ክፍለ ሰራዊት ከዓ 271 ነይረ ክሳዕ ናፅነት ወላ ድሕሪ ናፅነት ከዓ 2014 ነው እዚ ደቂ ኣንስትዮ ብሓባር ዝተጣየሳሉ ግዜ ተጣይሰ ብ2003 ኣብ ኣሜሪካ ኣትየ ኣብ ሂስተን ቴክሳስ እስቲል ኣብ ሂስተን ኣለኹ ኣደ ሰለስተ ቆልዑ በዓልቲ ሓዳር ሕጂ ዝሰርሓሉ ዘለኹ ኣብ ሜቶዲስ ሆስፒታል ዝሰርሕ ኣለኹ ኣብ ሂስተን ቴክሳስ ነበር እዚ እኹል ይመስለኒ ናተይ
Okay, thank you so much, Hagosa. Next, we have Paulos Tisfigyorgis.
You are muted, my friend.
Okay, as Adam correctly said, my name is Paulos Tisfigyorgis. And I come from a very rebellious generation. I remember attending a demonstration when I was 7th grade and being chased by police on horseback. The rest is history. I joined full-time the EPLF in 1975, but I came back to the member of EFILNA, which Tricia knows very well about, your book. I was the executive committee member. I was also the editor of Liberation, our magazine. And then went back after 8 months to Eritrea, to the field. And the Eritrean Relief Association had just started but collapsed. So about 4 people, we got together, we reorganized it, and I was asked to head it for the time being, but end up heading it for 15 years. So that's my kind of, after independence, I was teaching at the law school in Asmara. I was a member of the Constitution Commission, and as Dan and I worked for the United Nations in Iraq, so supporting in drafting constitutions. Then I worked for international idea under intergovernmental, but also in constitution and what they call support democracy and constitution building. And last year, I worked as a senior advisor for the IGAD Special Envoy for the Peace in South Sudan. And Mr. COVID came, and as of March, I kind of retreated from going around those areas. Good to see you, Pam, and Tricia, and Dan, and of course, the rest of the young people. I know only Adiam. Emmanuel and I go a long way in the struggle, out of the struggle. So I am very appreciative of the fact that you young discussions, and I hope with the kind of people that you have brought together, we're going to have a very rich and enriching discussion. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Thank you so much, everybody, for your introductions. So we're going to go straight into our Q&A panel discussion. Since there's so many of you, what we've done is broken up the questions, and not everyone will answer every question, except for question number 3. We'll have everybody's input on question number 3. So the first question will be asked by Mikhail.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Yes.
Awesome. So the first question is in Eritrea, there is no freedom of press, and the current regime has been in total control of the media since 2001. There has not been a single report produced by Eri TV about the ongoing war, not even an account of the airstrikes in Asmara. Additionally, at the onset of the war, since the onset of the war, there has been a media blackout in Tigray. We know that media, journalism, and investigative research reports play a pivotal role in times of war for public perception, international engagement, and general understanding for both those in and outside of the region. So when you think about your past experiences with journalism, research in the region, what impacts do you see this lack of information having on the people, and how do we overcome and navigate these challenges? So for this question, we wanted it to direct it to Dan Connell, and then to Dr. Hepner and Paulo. So for the rest of you guys, if you want to start thinking. But first, we want to start with you, Dan.
Thanks. Well, for me, this experience of the importance of open communication goes back to 1976. When my first trip took place to Asmara in 1976, there was no coverage of the war in Eritrea. And for all anybody knew outside, there was nothing going on. It was just a kind of black hole. I got into Eritrea as a tourist and collected information from people right after an assassination. I went back to Addis, got some information from the American embassy there, from somebody who leaked a story about an impending Wodazamach, the peasant campaign, and broke that story open. And that started me as a journalist there. And I've had similar experiences continuing through this entire 45 years at various times and from different sources. 1979, after the withdrawal from the towns and cities by EPLF and ELF, the war was over in the world's opinion. Most commentators wrote it off except for the mopping up operation that would come after the fighting. And instead, I got into Eritrea and took a walk from Nakfa to Kabasa and saw that the fighters were back where they had always been, and it was a very different story than what people knew about. I think this is interesting because the same thing is going on right today in Tigray. The control of information can certainly control a lot of public response and the international response. And so there's that. But the control of information within the country is also very important. Ethiopia has put in blackouts every time there have been major protests over the last 3-4 years. Cutting out social media first, and then often, this one is the most extreme, cutting off telephone communications and other things. But just by way of context, I would like to take you back to another experience back in the 1990s, because I think when we think of Eritrea, we often think that things got shut down when the private press was closed in 2001. But in 1996, I was helping out with Eritrea Profile as an advisor to Abanet Isaias, if you know who she is. She was trained as a journalist in Seattle. She came back to Eritrea to help. She ran Eritrea Profile like a professional newspaper. And then she came up against a clash with the authorities in 1996 when she ran a story by a Canadian journalist about sexual harassment within one of the Asmara hospitals. Nobody thought that it didn't happen. Everybody in authority thought it shouldn't be in the paper because it was embarrassing to the country. Now, I thought about that experience when I read today in the New York Times a story of a journalist in China, in Wuhan, who was covering the virus back in the early part of this year. And she was posting pictures of beds in the hallways. And she wrote a story at one point about how somebody was charged for a coronavirus test. The government didn't want any of that out there. So she disappeared in May, and she has been in prison ever since because she has been, quote, sowing divisions in the population by telling the truth. So I take you back to that 1996 experience, because the growth of the private media was a kind of aberration that came out from under control by the PFDJ. I don't think they knew how to deal with it. They didn't like it. And the first chance they had in 2000, 2001, they shut it all down. And of course, since that time, as everybody knows, they've been shutting down individuals within the state-run media whenever they get out of line and publish something that isn't approved. So this is a regime that has not been able to deal with any signal or sign of a different opinion than that of the government itself. It's not surprising to me that there's been no reportage in Eritrea of the war. People get all their information that they do from the rumor mill and from the international news that comes in through the radio. But they are very uncomfortable. They're basically insecure about what happens if people know a different perspective on what's going on. So, I mean, I think we need to come back to this, and it's really in question number 5. Where do we go from here? One of the places we go is to strengthen the flow of information about the situation in Eritrea, in Tigray, between Eritrea and Tigray, between Eritrea and the rest of Ethiopia. And I think that will be a really big contribution to bringing about change. And the government knows that. Both governments know this. And they're both busy trying to suppress information to keep that from happening.
That's some excellent insight, Dan. Thank you so much for sharing. And I agree with you. So Dr. Hepner, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I can share a few things. I mean, first of all, I'd just like to say that I'm immensely grateful, and I feel so privileged to have been invited to this discussion. I think this is really important. And in an earlier conversation, I referred to what we're all doing here when I was talking with Ariam about it as kind of throwing wrenches in the war machine. Conversations like this are part of jamming the gears of the war machine, and it's really important that we have them. I'm a little uncomfortable with the whole notion that I have some kind of great expertise. I've always considered myself to be a student of Eritrea and come at it very with a great deal of humility. So I look at this really as an opportunity for me to learn from all of you rather than to somehow impart some great wisdom. That being said, I mean, I do think that there's kind of a broader picture, context, or perspective that we might take on the problem of information and access to information and access to Eritrea and to Ethiopia themselves for both researchers and journalists and for everyone, really. I mean, you know, the problem of facts on the ground being generated without any kind of independent verification. I mean, this is obvious in terms of what this means for the regimes there. A lack of information flow means tighter ability to control what constitutes reality. And, you know, there's a wider problem with this information flow that Dan's already alluded to, but I mean, that is the ability to respond to the humanitarian impact of the crisis, the ability to get refugees the kind of assistance that they require and other people that are being displaced by the conflict. And even in a wider sense, access to Eritrea and to being able to do research in the region or to have any kind of investigative journalism happening in the region has also been really problematic over the past, you know, decade or more with refugees who have been coming out, you know, for quite a long time now. And you know, and this serves various interests. I mean, again, the regime's interests are obvious, but I mean, if we look at the way migration authorities in Europe have been creating their own kind of research directorates and sending people to the region to verify conditions on the ground that serve then restrictive policies in Europe towards refugees coming from Eritrea. I mean, this is a side effect of this problem of information and access. And I really see Eritrea in this way and as being situated within this larger global problem that we have, which is this kind of politics of suspicion, a suspicion of knowledge, a suspicion of reality, a suspicion of what you see and experience with your own eyes is what the authorities, the elites are telling you is not really happening, right? This is happening all over. It's not just Eritrea. The manipulation of reality, the denying of plainly visible facts. I mean, this is a tried and true strategy of powerful elites. especially dictators and authoritarians. I mean, we see it here in the United States with the current administration that's on its way out, the discrediting of the media, creating this politics of suspicion. And this is part of an overall strategy to, the kind of cliche of dividing and conquering. If you keep people ignorant about the reality, then you prevent them from being able to organize and transform that reality, right? So it serves a purpose. It serves the interests of power. And, there's been a long effort to do this, to discredit journalists, to discredit researchers, to equate the kind of work that we do with a sort of intelligence gathering or spying or something like that, to intimidate people, and in the case of Eritreans, of course, to detain and imprison people without charge. So, the blocking of independent access and research is intimately linked to the politics of control, the politics of suspicion, and the blocking of critical thinking among Eritrean and Ethiopian people who might otherwise resist and question the reality that's presented to them, because an ignorant population is, of course, a controllable one. And so the powerful always benefit from this, and everyone else suffers. All of that being said, I think we can still conduct rigorous work. We just have to do it in a different way. People who do have access are obviously very circumscribed in what they can write, what they can publish, if they want to retain that access. So that is a chilling effect on the nature of independent inquiry. But we have access to a massive archive, a human archive, the social memory of Eritrean people, the experiences, including of people who are right here in this discussion with us today. I mean, we're doing work, doing oral history, recreating, recovering the past through people's experiences of it. This is all the kind of work that we can continue to do. And we can still mobilize social media and make use of the resources and the immense amount of knowledge that we have represented in the Eritrean global diaspora, and then to what extent that we can connect with people who are either still in the region or are moving from that region to an area where they're able to be more open and expressing their experiences. This is the way that we counteract the sort of reality that's conjured by a blackout on information and access for researchers and journalists alike. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hepner. I loved hearing you speak about how the conversations we're having here and, speaking with your family, things that don't seem like a big deal are, combating this effort. So thank you for that. Paulos, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I would like to bring us to know who the enemy is. And the
enemy,
asking
me?
No. So sorry. And what I want to say is,
Paulos, can you speak up a little bit? Your voice, just a little bit.
No. How about now? Is that okay?
Yeah, now we are coming.
During the struggle, for independence. What happened? Oh, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, let me try to be, during the struggle, information was critical to advancing the cause of Eritrea for independence. And it had a very clear purpose. One is to gain support internationally and to connect with their own people. Second was to denounce the Derg, to humiliate the Derg at every move. And it worked. It worked for many reasons. One is a kind of alliance that we made with people like Dan, who were able to come see, report. Other media outlets, for example, the NRK, the Norwegian television company, or outfit, and others. And it was vigorous, it was consistent, and it was listened to by many. We were running this in 5 Eritrean languages, as well as in Amharic. Dan mentioned Abnet. Abnet was, and also Grandmas Moron were broadcasting in Amharic. Why? Because one is to demoralize the Ethiopian troops. Secondly is to also try to connect with Ethiopians at large. So we're dealing with an organization that clearly understands the force, strengths, and the critical role information can play. So know who we are dealing with. Because of that, the regime now controls information absolutely. Because the regime knows if information is shared, let's say today, when young Eritreans are crossing the border and getting killed, and of course, killing. What would an Eritrean mother say if she hears that her daughter is fighting somewhere that the mother doesn't know, doesn't understand, doesn't support, and cannot relate to? No Eritrean parent can relate to sending your children to Tigray to kill and get killed. So the question is, kill the information. Even though we had retaken Badme, even Badme is not mentioned. I mean, one would have heard glory, victory, we have our land back. No, because if you start that, then where do you stop? So we're dealing with a regime that knows the value, the critical nature of information. So what do we do with the situation? How do we, people who are outside of Eritrea, with the means to communicate, to talk, to discuss, relate to the situation and talk to our people? This is something that we need to really understand. Another thing is that Isaias likes darkness because he can steal and act as a thief. So you got to understand the mentality, quite clearly. But what we need to ask is, what type of information? Which Dan and Tricia and other experts, Pam and others can help us. What kind of information do we want to send to our people? Mind you, the last 20 years, the regime said repeatedly, Wayane, Wayane, Wayane. And he had an element of credibility there because the Wayanes did not abide by what they agreed in terms of accepting the ruling of the Boundary Commission and retreating from Eritrea, accepting and implementing. So he used it, the regime used that again for 20 years. So when we are talking about information, there must be a high degree of credibility. What we use should be credible. It has to resonate with people, their lives, their conditions, their families. That's very important. Now, we got to recognize that the context has changed. 20 years was Wayane time, Wayane propaganda, Wayane, Wayane, Wayane. Now, context has changed. So what do we come up with so that we can relate to the young Eritreans or young PFDJs who were in a way captured by this untrustworthy Wayane who did not abide by international law? That is out now. The context is different now. What do we do? Is the narrative is very important. And how do we remain relevant and through, close, to what people think. That we will need to really work. Another thing which we need to look is, if you really look now, there is a lot of interest on Eritrea, partly because Eritrea is now hidden. What is going on? What is the role of Eritrea? What is happening there? So there is a lot of interest. New York Times, I know, is interested. The Guardian has been writing about it. I'm sure if we look, Washington Post, perhaps Boston Globe, LA Times, these are also opinion formulators, policy influencers. We also have to make connection with those medias. Like I said, Dan came in and out, but Dan eventually became an Eritrean. Seriously, in the same, he was actually a solidarity person without losing his objectivity. He cared, he understood, he reported. I don't think all the progressive journalists of North America would have understood what the struggle was about, how developments were going on without Dan and a few others. So we got to connect now with others. We got to identify people in those media houses who can work with us. At the same time, there is something that we seem to have forgotten. The reports of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights for Eritrea, as well as the Inquiry Commission. There's a lot of information there that we can use, because this comes from independent sources, from non-Eritreans, from people who are vested in the rights of people. So know the enemy, no context has changed, and let's see what can be done in a broader context in terms of not only within us, but also let us make connection with media houses that are influencers. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Paulo. I loved hearing you talk about how we can connect with media here, and that seems like a tangible step for us to take forward. And I loved hearing you give Dan his flowers as well. So, Pam, I'd love to hear from you.
A little to that before we go on? Be real quick.
Sure. And then next we'll have Pam after you.
In 1990, well, let's see. It was in 1980, 81, I was in Sudan and blocked from going into Eritrea at that time. I was about to go in with ELF and was blocked by the regime after pressure from Mengistu. And so I sat down with Eritreans and Tigrayans and Oromo, actually, to put together a media workshop on how to deal with the international media. What we did was I taught people how to write a story in the way that the international media would write their own story, and then to hand it to journalists who were working for them. And we had stories appearing from inside of Oromia at that time that were in some cases 2 months old, but there was no information coming out. And the lesson there was that if you want to get international coverage, and building on what Paulos was saying, you have to be able to speak in their language and use their form. So I really urge people to pick that style and format up. Actually, the Eritrean side of that group never really showed up because they already knew everything they needed to know and they didn't need any lessons. So I worked mostly with REST, with the OLF and with others. But if you want to get information out, you have to get hard facts, personal stories, what Paulo said, but you also have to be able to craft it in a way that speaks to the language that people at the other end of who you're trying to get to can understand. So That, I mean, there are a lot of people that can help with that.
Amazing. Pam?
Yeah,
Sorry,
this is a really interesting issue. I just had 4 ideas listening to everybody else talk. One, well, of course, despite our relief at the Ethiopians agreeing about the border, I think almost all of us here must have been extremely nervous when Isaiah started visiting Ethiopia and hanging out with Abby, because there were a lot of experiences he was surely sharing with Abby on journalism and that sort of thing. But one thing strikes me as I look at coverage of the current conflict in Tigray and Eritrean part in it, and that is what wasn't around during the Eritrean struggle was this pervasive social media. And the role of social media is huge in all of this right now. So many people getting their news, exchanging their news on Twitter or on FaceTime or on this or on that. And we all know, I mean, those of us in the US have been following how these social media companies are not doing a good job at all in screening what is legitimate news and what is propaganda. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. And when there isn't good information, people then just seek any kind of information, and then they seek the information that supports their identity or supports their religious cause or supports their political cause, as we see in the US right now too. So the importance of independent media is really critical here. The dangers of partisan press too. And I think that puts people who want to know what's going on in Eritrea and in Tigray right now in a really difficult position, because almost all press is considered partisan, because the narrative has been constructed now by different kinds of partisan media, such that people will just believe what supports them already. And that's a very dangerous thing. The language has escalated, the demonization of others on an ethnic basis or on a nationality basis has escalated. The labeling, even in the government statements now in Ethiopia, we see it escalating, reflecting some of the language being used in social media. And then I think, coming to what something Trish said too, there are always political incentives to believe. If we look at the European Union, they're very happy to stop the migration. So they would like to believe a certain story. Oh, there's development and there's jobs and there doesn't seem to be any religious persecution anymore because a few people are released from jail. Okay, the Swiss will stop giving asylum this week. Same thing, mark my words, is going to happen in Israel soon. It's already happening to Sudanese in Israel. With that tentative agreement between Israel and Sudan, the Israelis are talking about deporting all the Sudanese refugees there. So I think all of these just pile up to say that it's so important to have good journalism and an independent media, and not let things get so polarized within the social media that it actually builds the hatreds, which comes to question 5 Dan referred to later. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pam. And I loved how you noted the impact that social media has had on the way that we get information about the region and how we, deal with this current conflict. So that being said, I love the discussion around this question, but I'm going to pass it off to my teammate Mark so we can go to question 2. So thank you all for your awesome insight.
Right, yeah, thank you. So this question, I'll just jump right in. It is easy to talk about peace, especially from a place of privilege. However, peace is a foreign concept in the Horn of Africa. It is always useful to look back at history to have full context on modern issues. When we think about the scramble for Africa and how the continent of Africa has become a collection of nations designed by colonial borders, how do you see the history of colonization playing a role in the Horn's current issues, if any at all? I want to have 3 people answer this question. I'm going to start with Dr. Emmanuel, then go to Mr. Paulos, and then Dr. Hepner.
Thank you. I would like to agree on what my former presenters have said, but on the issue of peace with colonialism, as everybody knows, when the border were divided in the Scramble of Africa in 1885, they have not taken into consideration all the other details. For example, one group divided by a line and creating a problem, divide and rule. This is the way they were working. But the good part of it is that people are always for peace. If you go back to our customary law in Eritrea, the first thing they do is they want to create always a middle ground for people to live together. Although the colonialists try to dismantle all these cultures, it survived, and it is now also, if we work through it, it will be a saver. My understanding always is that I've been working as a conflict expert in 24 different countries. So my experience tells me that the people who are in the border are the ones who are the connectors. If you take the Eritrean people, and their neighbors are the Tigrayans, their neighbors are the Sudanese. And if you try to find out inside it, is that there are so many things in common that can help us to heal the wound that is done by the colonialists or the current governments. So what I see is that we have to go back to our history. We have to go back to our forefathers. How were they? I remember in 2001 when I was kicked out by ISAS from the demobilization and integration program. The first thing that we tried to do was, there was an organization called Eritrean Citizens for Peace. And the main issue that we raised at that time was, how can we make peace between the Tigrayan people and the Eritrean people who are residing in the border? Because these are the connectors. But the government knew exactly where we were heading and then killed it. I was fortunate enough to work in South Sudan, where the Dinka and the Nuer were fighting among each other. And they cannot see eye to eye. But the connectors were the people who are in the borders. So even though the governments are now creating, especially the Eritrean government is creating animosity between the Eritreans and Tigrayans by doing these things, looting, killing, and other things. They know exactly, if these people have started talking to each other, their days are numbered. So they are doing it intentionally. So we must not fall for this trophy. What we have to think about is the border people are the savior of these countries, because if we start working through this, we can make a lot of difference. The story will resonate. I remember during the war, no peace, no war. From both sides, people were going in the night and get married from the other side and go back. They were visiting their relatives who have died recently, so they go. So they have a lot in common. This is only a small ash put on it to create animosity between the people. So we have to get, like what you were saying, we have to get our story right. We have to tell the story as it is. Our background is social anthropology, so we know how to tell the story. So if we can make this happen, I think we can make a lot of differences in both areas, the Oromo and other things. But we don't look at the bigger picture. We only live in a short memory. So the people are destined to live together. Eritrea will not go to South Africa. Eritrea will not go to the Middle East. Eritrea will stay there. So we have to go back and tell our people that we have to live together. And we have to condemn what is going on in Tigray with no reservation. Because I'm very sad to hear people that, yeah, what Wayane have done. Okay, this is history. We cannot live in the past. We have to visit the past, but we must not dwell on it. So now we have to move on to make our countries live peacefully by working. So I would like to stress again what Dan and others have said, Paulos and Pam and Trish have said, we have to make our story right. And it will resonate with our people. It will resonate with the people in Ethiopia. I'm sorry to say that I don't see a unified Ethiopia coming as the way it is going, because they have entered into a vicious circle, which is a genocide. And this is not easy. I wish God help them. But for us, the neighbors in Ethiopia and Eritrea, we have a golden opportunity. If we work on this, of course, we know what colonialists have done, because they are for their interests. They don't care about the culture. They don't care about this. It's something that we have to live as an African. When our forefathers met in 1964 in the African Union, what they say that let us live with the colonial borders. If we try to dismantle it, it will create more problems. The irony is that when it suits Ethiopia, they come and agree on the colonial boundary. When it is not suiting them, they say that we don't abide by the colonial boundary. Whether we like it or not, we have to abide by it, but we have to know how to live with it, because there are so many commonalities between these communities. The religious leaders play a bigger role in this if we can use them. Our elders, if the Eritrean government and Ethiopian government, when the war started in 1998, they have left it to the people, would not have this attrition of people, because they know exactly where the land belongs and to who it belongs. They know it. But the two governments took it upon themselves and they messed it up. And then we have 20 years of no war, no peace. So if we go back to the people, they know exactly which one belongs to who. And this is something that was asked for his credit by Meles, that we have to negotiate and we have let the people talk among and then sort out the problem. This was a wise, although there is something behind it, but I take it as at a face value and say that it would have worked if they have dwelled on this. But from our side, which is from the Eritrean side, they said that weyane. This is something that you don't see it, but is always, creating animosity. People who were brought up after independence, they don't know the history. So we have a moral obligation to train. And I'm very proud of these youngsters, especially born in the United States, to learn about their history and be a voice for the voiceless. I like it, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel. I especially appreciate the part of you saying that we need to look back at our historical traditions of practicing peace and how that works in the full context of things. That was an amazing answer. Thank you.
Let me add one thing that I have forgotten. The people in both countries, they were sorting out their problems by people-to-people discussion. This is very common in Ethiopia. It's common in Eritrea. So we have to craft this again to see how we can sort out. People-to-people discussion or dialogue is the way out to see our problems, to address our issues, so that people, when they discuss, they will find always a middle ground. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, Mr. Palos, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I will try to be a bit louder. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Better?
Yes.
Okay. This is very interesting, this topic. When we were college students, and in progressive politics, what were the discussion? Anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, reading Walter Rodney's, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And we thought we could change the relationship between North and South, between the periphery and metropolis, between Europe, USA, and Africa. We fought. The problem is still there. People divided, Africa exploited, and fighting each other like what we see now. I don't want to dwell in that, but I also fear that the fighting that's going on in Ethiopia has other hands. We can talk about this later. But what I want to say is we can still keep on fighting and we can still try to change and we can change. But it is by accepting our diversity. It is by accepting that we cannot change what we have in terms of diversity, but by accepting it and celebrating it. We have come, as you said, different nations have come together. This was not the design of the people there. It was designed by European colonialists. But the question that we need to ask ourselves is, how can, in this diverse community, how can we live in peace, in harmony, equality, and share the wealth of the nation together? How can we do that? And what is the politics that should guide our interaction within us, among us, with other people? It should be based on political inclusivity, gender, region, religion. We have to embrace our difference. And so we have to have this inclusivity political guide that we know. We have to be guided that. I know it's not easy. We can talk about inclusivity. We can expand that. We can deepen it. But that is what should guide us. If we don't look at who we are, accept ourselves, and be sensitive, to gender, to region, to religion, to highland, to lowland, to whatever, and be fair, then we will always continue blaming colonialists, the Europeans, whatever. What I'm saying is not going to be easy. Being led, being guided, implementing this politics of inclusivity is not going to be easy. I kind of said a little bit about this war in Ethiopia might not be entirely an internal thing. You can simply ask, what are the Emirates doing there? Are the Saudis quiet? Are the Egyptians clear-handed? Or the Chinese and the Americans competing there? Because Ethiopia was very much influenced by the Chinese. So what I'm saying is that we got to have our politics clear. We got to work for inclusivity. We got to respect our diversity. And fighting each other. One thing that helped Eritrea win war was we had an external enemy, Ethiopia. So it was easier to mobilize. And Ethiopia was pushed out, we got peace. But what and where we are failing is not accepting inclusive politics in Eritrea. A few people dominate everything. They dominate politics, they dominate economics, they even dominate cultural activities. And they can shut you down if what you're saying is not to their liking. Like Dan said, even those people who work for the government in the information service, if they kind of trail out of that thing, those they are loyal, they are working there, they are paid, they will be shut down. So it was a betrayal of the unity that brought us independence, that brought us peace, and that we thought was going to take us very far away towards development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palos. Dr. Hepner, would you like to round us out on this question?
I'll try. I mean, this is a huge question, right? And it's a really interesting one, I think, in the Horn of Africa, in Ethiopia and Eritrea. And I really appreciate so much of what Emmanuel and Palos have just said. I'll pick up on a few threads in sharing some of my thoughts. I mean, the colonization of the global South by the global North it's an empirical, undeniable fact of history, and it's had lasting negative effects on African countries politically, economically, culturally. Although, of course, colonialism operated or looked a little different in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia having resisted European colonization, Eritrea, of course, being colonized by Italy and then being colonized again, effectively by Ethiopia. The configuration looks a little bit different. It's more complex. And I think it's of course, it's always tempting to invoke colonialism, European colonialism in particular, and ongoing forms of imperialism emanating from the global North as a kind of explanation for intractable problems. And as a justification for internal repression or isolationism. But I think that narrative, that kind of anti-imperialist narrative, the way that we often hear the regimes, or the Eritrean regime in particular, invoking it vis-a-vis the global North today, I think is short-sighted in a variety of ways. It seems to me that there's kind of two logics, at least, at the heart of colonialism and imperialism, one of which Emmanuel talked about very well, which is the sort of divide and conquer, right? The drawing of artificial boundaries, the separating of populations that share histories and languages and all kinds of patterns that connect them, and then severing them from one another and imbuing them with a kind of political significance that has lasting effects. But the other thing at the core, I think, of colonialism and imperialism is the logic of extraction of resources and labor, and the gross exploitation of those who perform the labor and extract the resources, and the profit that accumulates to those who control the labor and the resources. So this is the basis of colonization in the past, and it continues in the present in a variety of forms. But I think it's a mistake to see this emanating only from the global North and acting upon the global South. So I think it's a mistake also to assume that having some elements of socialism present in society, or invoking, deploying socialist rhetoric or anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist rhetoric, indicates that this extractive logic is not somehow at work, because it is. I mean, class structure, and by class, I mean like where a group of people is situated relative to the control of resources and labor and profit that accrues. This is a global phenomenon, and patterns of colonization exist within societies. And you all might have heard this kind of cliche that, there's a first world in every third world and a third world in every first world. And I think Eritrean elites today and Ethiopian elites today have at least as much interest in maintaining a particular kind of class structure as elites in Europe and North America do. And I think that, at least in the Eritrean case, the kind of collusion that we see between the Eritrean government, the European Union, Canadian mining corporations, Chinese corporations, around mining in particular, I think, the resource extraction and the wealth that's being generated for elites, for the state, for the regime, based on the abject exploitation of conscript labor, I think is a great example of how this kind of these contemporary forms of colonization and imperialism work, and how they don't track with what we think of as in the typical sort of frame of global North vis-a-vis global South. There's local forms of colonization going on and imperialism going on that keep people in a particular relationship to power and resources. And I don't think it's an accident in Eritrea that it's militarized conscript labor that's being deployed to do this mining that's accruing an enormous amount of wealth to the regime. because of course that labor has no power to resist or to organize, right? So, I mean, this is fundamentally, I think, a shared commitment among European elites and elites in other parts of the world. Paulos mentioned interests coming out of the Middle East and so forth. There's a sort of common commitment globally by elites to these kinds of arrangements. And we've seen historically how authoritarian and fascist regimes, even when espousing the rhetoric of socialism and anti-imperialism, are actually exceptionally well suited to these forms of exploitation through the crushing of resistance at the popular level and keeping people divided. So, I mean, China is, of course, a great example from the sort of left-wing end of the spectrum, but we also have examples from Central and South America, from right-wing military regimes that were virulently pro-capitalist. And I think that one of the primary ways that this is working in Africa today, and especially in Eritrea, is through militarization and through arms trading. These are also part of this legacy. So it's a global phenomenon, and it's not lodged in the past. And I think, I mean, to get to the point, my point is that continuing to think solely in the frame of the 1880s to 1950s version of colonialism and imperialism, Europe versus Africa, I think actually obscures more than it reveals. And I think that the Eritrean regime has really skillfully used the language of nationalism and the language of self-determination and the kind of anti-imperialist rhetoric to justify and disguise the interests of power and profit that are operating within the country, and that now we see kind of coalescing as a sort of collusion between Eritrean and Ethiopian elites to the detriment of the population. And I think as long as people continue to buy into that sort of narrative and to see this is what colonialism is or imperialism is, it's just outsiders coming in, instead of seeing these dynamics as kind of homegrown and indigenous as well and linked to these larger global patterns, I think that peace is going to be more elusive if people continue to buy into that ideology.
I like that. Thank you very much for that very in-depth answer. I will pass the mic to Mrs. Adia.
Before I continue, I saw Pam write something really interesting. So Pam, can you please share a little bit of your beautiful wisdom with us before we close it out?
It wasn't wisdom, it was just a thought.
Yeah, well, we want to hear it.
We're talking about colonialism, but also I think that Ethiopian imperial history is really important here. Ethiopia is one of the few historical empires left in the world. Most other empires have fallen apart long ago. And it's interesting to me that the coverage of all this conflict hasn't come around to a discussion of how empires survive or collapse. So that was my only point there. I will raise one other thing though. I think so many things are tied to colonial periods, not the least of which is the use of Nile waters, which were determined during colonial periods as well. And that is a big, big issue in the region right now with the dam in Ethiopia and the shifting coalitions of Egypt, Sudan, etc., and the role of Gulf states right now. Very interesting.
Right. Very nice. Right. Thank
Mark,
you.
can I add something, Mark?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what they are saying, but I would like to narrow it down to the situation that we have. If we see in Eritrea and we see in Ethiopia, what we have are two dictators who are now having a marriage of convenience. But this marriage of convenience will not go for a long time, because we have seen this in 1991 between Isaias and Meles, and now we are seeing also the working together of Isaias and Abiy, and they have diametrical opposite wishes for both of them. Abiy is saying that he wants to be the seventh emperor, and Isaias have been dreaming from day one to be the Maglonomia of the Horn of Africa.
Yeah.
So the good news is that these guys are going to fight soon. So we have to get prepared and work on this, because they have completely different things. Because I remember when Abiy went to Tigray, and the people asked him, why is Isaias flying over Tigray and going to Addis? And his response, I quote what he said, was that, oh, Isaias is very moody. It only remains that I have to change his pampers. So this kind of thing will not go wrong. So we have to see the bright future which is coming, because thieves, they don't fight when they are stealing. They fight when they have collected the things. So what they have done, the damage now, it will be going again. They will go against each other. So this is my last comment, because all the things that I have said is in point. But when we are putting them into perspective now, the relations is not grounded on amicable. Isaias thinks that Abiy is very amateur, and he can put him in his pocket. And Abiy is saying that this old guy is gone like history. I can manipulate him. So we'll see how things will fare in the future. But their relation will not go for long. That's my small look on the issues. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you so much for everybody's thoughts. That's very nice. Okay, so the next question, we're going to hear from all of you, and it's a two-pronged question. So there's two parts to this. So with the events of the current conflict, we see history being repeated with the new generation, my generation of Eritreans, further divided. Those of us from the new generation have decided to stand against the war and instead stand with those that are oppressed. Excuse me. And those that are victims from all the ethnic groups, and stand with the plight of the victims rather than those that have chosen to stand with dictator Isaias Afwerki and with Abiy Ahmed Ali. Essentially, dictator Isaias Afwerki has recreated a similar narrative over 21 years later, like that of Badame, where back then Eritreans were also divided amongst, you know, the elders back then. I remember we were really, really young, but the older Eritreans were also divided when Badame war broke out. So here we are now in 2020, and a newfound hate has been reignited with the new generation and within ourselves, within the Eritrean group, and with the neighboring people of Tigray, especially regarding, you know, Eritrean soldiers' involvement in the war, being in Tigray, and, you know, hearing reports of the ransacking and looting in Tigray. These are harsh realities that are happening on the ground regarding these acts, and it's exacerbating this hate. So, you know, we are trying to understand this as a new generation of Eritreans. Like, how are we to undo this hate with our bordering neighbors, like our Tigray brothers and sisters? How do we undo the hate? And then even within our own community of Eritreans, you know, we have this division. So it's two questions here. We want to start with Dr. Amaniel and then continue to Memher. We'll start with you guys, and then we want everybody to answer their questions. So let's start with Dr. Amaniel, and then Memher, you'll be ready after that. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a rule of thumb which says that in order to rule, you have to create fear, you have to create animosity. This is exactly what the current government is trying to do. If you want to go far in ruling, you have to create a discourse among the people. So the first thing is we have to understand, being an Eritrean, what I see is, I have never seen regionalism creating a problem in Eritrea. I have never seen in my life any problem of religious things. There are here and there, but it is normal in any society that people fight among each other or have some grudges against each other because of resources. Otherwise, beyond that, I don't see it. So what are we seeing, especially in diaspora? As Trish have clearly stated in her book, the EPLF have captured the field and have captured also the diaspora by creating a semi-state outside. So they are maneuvering and they are controlling the people who are in outside by creating, you know, if you want to be very blunt, they want the people in diaspora to be a cash cow. There is no training on basic things, because that what we were saying in the field, Paulos can help me, is that you have to do your duties, and then you can ask later for your thing. So that kind of thing have gone far here in the diaspora also. So the first thing what they have done is divide the community. If you go back to 1970s, the Eritrean diaspora, especially the students, they were supporting both the ELF and the PLF. And then the war between brothers in 1974, what came is that they start supporting only the EPLF, because they say that ELF is the one who is creating a problem. And that as an entry point, then they capture the whole Eritrean community through the Eritrean students and also the women organization. So what we see is we have to understand the whole picture if we wanted to unravel what is going on in the diaspora, because this is how they work and this is how they organize. Before it was like a mass organization, it was continuing, they were organizing all the different actors, and then they disbanded it in 1989. Why? Because they know exactly what is coming. If this stay on the horizon, what will happen? There will be check and balance. So they dismantled it, and they were saying at that time, I remember, that now what we need is not mass organization. What we need are soldiers to fight against the enemy, because now the Eritrean independence is within reach. This was what they sell to the Eritrean people. Actually, what they want is that they don't want any civil society to get organized, to be check and balance. So we have to understand our history, why we are here where we are now. So if we are going to change the diaspora, we have to understand the way the government, especially the Eritrean government, EPLF works, or the crony of ISAS are doing. So after independence, what they have created is that they have created also chapters. And then within chapters also, the one who were pushed out in 1981 are the one leading the PFDJ outside. Unfortunately, they were the one who were kicked out from Eritrea. Now they are working with the PFDJ. So we have to understand the dynamics, how the government is capturing the outside. They always create discourses. So what are our problems? So when we are talking, we have to start reconciliation first. You know, like the Eritrean saying goes, is that you must not invite outsiders before you clean your house. So we have to clean our house. What it means is that we have to bridge the rift that was created. We don't have any problem of regionalism. We don't have any problem but the government is working. And the irony is they are even dividing the religion. Orthodox. In Orthodox, they say that these are supporters of the government and supporters of for change. So all these things, if we see it clearly, then we can do the reverse osmosis to get rid of the government, to get rid of what they are doing. But first, we have to start from the understanding, because we have to work on the towns. For example, we have to get organized. How is PFDJ entering into our life and creating disharmony among our people? Unless we understand the way they work, you cannot fight against them. It's not a weak organization. We have been there. We know what they can do. They have money. They spend all the money in order to reach their aim. You can see the whole opposition of Ethiopia were funded by who? By ISAS. Yeah. They were having a safe haven in Eritrea. They armed them. Even the one who are not accepting the Eritrean independence, where Gumbo 7 were in Eritrea. Yeah. They don't accept. But the current regime in Eritrea, what they want is that they wanted to create discourses in Ethiopia, and they are also creating discourses in our community in the diaspora. So what I would like to call upon the youngsters is that we have to make our people aware. the old generation like me are confusing you. That you have to take this into consideration, because what you are doing is phenomenal. You are showing solidarity with the people who are oppressed. This is a moral ground that we cannot shut our eyes. And this is what we are doing. Although despite the elderly people are saying that, no, Eritrea have not entered, that is not the truth. Paulos have stated it clearly. Yes, this is a black history that we have. We have worked together and kicked out Mengistu from Ethiopia. But now the story is completely different. They are creating animosity between. So the main aim of the current government is to create discourse in Ethiopia and stay in power. And he have done that. So we have to start from knowledge. We have to start understanding how the system functions. What are they doing? Always they give you a homework that will take you for another 6 months. When that is dying, they give you another homework. So no more agenda of EPLF. In order to stop this, we have to know our terrain, which means we have to work on the towns. We have to organize as Eritreans, not as opposition, not as supporters. We have in common a lot of things as Eritreans. Of course, we have small differences, but this can be hammered and ironed out. But we are not doing, unfortunately, we are not doing it. And we are just living in the past. You know, when you start talking with people, they say that, we have done this and this and this. Okay, that's good to revisit, but don't dwell on it. You know, what have we done also? That is something for the young researchers like you to find out what went wrong. You don't have that time. Now, we have an enemy which is sitting in our country. How do we get rid of it? All of us, irrespective of our differences, we don't have any difference when it comes to liberate Eritrea or to put the Eritrean people in where they belong. So we don't have any difference, whether it is from A or B or C or D, we don't have any differences. So the first thing is that we have to come together, and we can come. And this is not for tomorrow, but for yesterday that we have to do. So I'm very proud to see youngsters coming forward and saying that it pains us. Yes, it pains us. And we have to say that spade is a spade. What Eritrea is doing in Tigray is unacceptable. And this is very heinous work. And this is a black spot for the good Eritreans. They have never done it. You know, I remember I was talking with an elderly person who is now 105 years. And I was asking him, because he was the one who was fighting with the Italians in Ethiopia. So have you looted when you were coming back to Eritrea? He said, of course not. The only sin that we have committed is that we have here and their children. Otherwise, we have never looted, and that is not our culture. So this is something that we have to remember, that this is not our culture. We abide by rules and regulations. In our culture, it says that don't take anything that doesn't belong to you. Don't even look at it. That's what it says. So this is where we have to go back. And we have to say that this is the work of our enemy, who want to create animosity between the people, and in order to stay in power. So this kind of things, we have to clearly stipulate it and clearly pass it to the young generation, because we, like what Mark was saying, we want to be voice for the voiceless. So we start with that, and the sky is the limit. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Amaniel, for being very open and frank. One of the reasons why I really love having you here today and admire you is because you are a former EPLF veteran, not only veteran Tigaralai, but you have come out and you're giving them a headache. And you are saying, yes, we were wrong in these aspects, you know, but we salute everything that you've done, you know, and your fight towards Natsanet. That does not, you know, nothing erases that. It doesn't. But you still want to work with the new generation, and you want to help make a difference. And especially right now, time is of the essence. And when you give us these words and these thoughts, it's very honorable, and I really I respect that. So, and it means a lot. So thank you. And the beautiful thing now is we can go to Memhut Tesfagaber, which is why I love this platform. We have Tesfagaber on the other hand, who's ELF. You know, these men put their affiliations aside and said, yes, Adiam, we will come together and have this discussion. And Memhut is, you know, fought with ELF, and he's with the movement and been with the movement, and he's going to give us his thoughts on how we can undo the hate. And the mic is yours, Memhut.
Thank you for having me, Adiam. I commend you and your friends, young generation, really for standing up for your people, and now with the oppressed Tigrayan people. This is very important, and you are on the right side of history to condemn the atrocities, what is going on in Tigray. Imagine if this would have been inflicted on our people, how do I have felt? Just see it that way. So you guys, Adiam and your friends, not even now, from long years when to oppose the government was not popular. You've been in front fighting this fight, and I appreciate that and continue doing that.
Thank you.
So this war is not our war. It's not of Eritreans' war. This war is Isaias and his clique, few in number. Even if you take the soldiers, the military in Eritrea, they are conscripts. Even they don't get paid for that. So they are just, you know, taking the order and doing this hate and crime against the people of Tigray. As Dr. Amaniel said, we don't have a culture to, you know, loot or to harm. Our people are very peaceful. We don't have any regional problems that he was saying. We are a peaceful people, but with this administration, the Badme war itself was a cover for him not to implement the constitution, not to give our people, you know, their freedom, even a basic freedom. They were denied. So many people are in prison, from religious people, politicians, journalists, for about 27 years, imagine. And now, the so-called peace agreement that we have seen, it's not peace agreement with the Eritrean people. It was with Abiy Ahmed. So since the peace process started, we have seen people of Tigray and Eritrea, how they reacted. They were happy. They were hugging each other, and there was hope at that time. Finally, peace had arrived. Isaias, when he sees this thing, immediately closed the border, because Bademo was not the problem even when they began the war. Both of them on the part of the APLF and the Tigray Liberation Front, all of them were saying Bademo was an excuse. So now, again, we've seen history repeating itself. So instead of healing the wound of the previous, now Isaias is creating another havoc in Tigray. So the animosity between the people of Eritrea and Tigray or Ethiopia wants to continue. We have to say no to this kind of war. This war is not Eritrean people war. This is Isaias war, and it has to be condemned. And I'm so happy that you guys are working on this, coming together and say no to war. So at the end, in order for us, for Eritreans, to live in peace, we have to get rid of this regime, of Isaias regime. and we have to come together. We have to dialogue. We have to work on the media. We have to work on the political, side. And then we have to get together and we have to try to change the regime. Unless we do that, if Isaias is still on control or APJ is still in control, we're going just to see the same situation in Eritrea. So Eritrean people are not for this war. We call it home. And they're saying they are very sad what is going on. And even, priests are saying, please don't buy any looted things that came from Tigray, advising their people not to do that. So at the end, you guys are on the right side of history, and I commend you. And I want to end this, what Martin Luther King said. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. We don't have to be silent. If we see bad things, we have to say, it's bad. I'm so happy you guys are engaged each other in this time. At the end, even those people now supporting the war between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Tigray, Isaias's war with Abiy on Tigray people. They will come to their senses, especially when they know what is going on in Tigray, the looting, the killing. They will come to their sense, I'm sure. We have to dialogue with them. And we don't have any option besides doing that. And I thank you for what you're doing, Adam and your friends, or the young people. You have to engage each other, continue doing that, and God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mamad. I think one thing that's very important that Mamad said today is our political language. And since I've been in the movement, our political language, Mark and I've always discussed in even writing the script for our campaign video, every word matters. Every word matters. And the way we phrase our words, the way we frame our words, because, the world reads it. We think people down the street are reading it. No, people back home are reading that too. And Mamad said, this is Isaias's war. And that's exactly what this is. And I think a lot of the political propaganda we're seeing today, people are using the words of, Huzbagumbar, Sha'abiya, this and that. How did we jump from Higdef to Sha'abiya all of a sudden? How did that happen? I'm a student of this. Every day Higdef used to come out and say Higdef. All of a sudden now it's Sha'abiya's war. So we need to make sure that we watch the political language we even use as activists. And I think Mamad really today laid it out. This is Isaias's war, period. This is his agenda. And that's why when Mark and I are writing these political words and thoughts for our campaign, we have said dictator Isaias Afwerki, period, point blank. He is the #1 enemy of the people and of the state that we've been fighting from day one. And we do not need to veer from that. And even the people of Tigray, our Tigrayan brothers and sisters, all the tragedy and all the atrocities that are happening. Hizbi Eritrea, Yublu Geliom Sebat. Hizbi Eritrea Ikonen, Hazule. It's one man. This is one man who's directing and leading. So Mamad saying this really today for the new generation, it helps us as well to understand this. This is Isaias's war. So I'm going to go move next to Hagosa. Hagosa's daughter is going to translate for us. She's going to speak in Tigrinya, which is wonderful because a lot of our audience members do understand Tigrinya. And she's going to write the translation in English for the Eritrean-Americans who may not speak Tigrinya or understand it. There's a new generation that doesn't, believe it or not now.
No.
So, and it's going to be in the comment section in Facebook. And then I'm going to try to grab that out and drop it in our chat for Pamela. But I know Tricia and Dan are really fluent, so I think they'll be okay. Yeah. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Adiamina. إذا عدم زجر كله يبزي مزيوم كورات حوات زراخب كني دان كونل أب حشك زبها البوتا أب ساحل قدم رئيوني راني أخيباني رونا من إسهات نحنها وخنسات في لنا ناشتقينا دي كونس ناو أسريدو منا بأكال رئيوني را كل جزي أب رئيسي ملكو قلق أموتو تأجيلي جاكيت مثل خدينو بخلته قون جباز اللو قال تخدينو تصب جيرري يعني راح يجي 5 جير مرعي قدسي ودان كونل again after a long time
يعني أنا
أنا سنتاي خبر ددلي ناي إرتراسي سبسيبكا تزاريبكا كل نجار جير كازود دا يكونن جن حجسي أموت صحود بس حيز مسل مور كابزم أبز تسمعون انترين نزلهم بدقة سميعو سب جلسات ريتهم كهولون كغيرون يخولي أميلة دزارو كزارو عزدل زاربا عبزي عدلي يسمعي يزارو يجن ناتي تجرينيا يتريريو نا إنجليش نغيره هلا خاني إنجليش لقمت تجرينيا ترير دزارو ورسل زخاني تجرينيا غير خم محلال فخاز زدل دلو خا عد زلو أبدأ دلو مور تجرينيا دسمع كنت أمور لو خا يدلي كزارو ودلي دلو خاني لما أنتي إزم دك أنا خمس جيركم تتقرنيفكم ني مسايت نا إيرترا خد كيروخم تدلي ويكا أقربكم وزلهم أبوانون حقنيا زخون مدرسة زخون لما أنتي نعو أخد الجفة نعو رئيتك هو اللي لقى نسخ عني كم زي ممهر كتقصد صنها إذا كينات زي أمونغونان أمونغويان دلا ناي إيساياس تامجم مرتا مس أبي أحمد أب سعودية خيدو استسمع معه مسيو artificial كم زخونس فلوت وكأردو نجاريو نيرو شعو كلها مسيلوس مع السوات ويعني جيم أوفر قبل كلس كلها أنت يدبلوا الناس جري منا يشعو ديك أبقى تسألهم رينا ناتو جبري بوشت ويكاتو تجبر حجة توسع بالنيرنا وسعها اندابلت كيدها زاخينات زياها ناي سياسيا نتهزبي كم زي هادم مس السودان بسعودية بكل نجار خبيبو إيرتران أبي جزء ولا توتهدر كهادم دلي خمان أبزي هادمو له ساعات بس يحز تجبر خينات هزبي إيرتران زجوبر خينات هيكونن من البات أبجل حجي كتاتلي أنا أبزناي أكتيفيتي ناي دك تجراي زجوبر ودلو كمزي وتهدرات إيرترا ويكا كمزي نا إيرترا وشيدومو كمزي ناي كمزي جيرو ميلو ميزارو بيم زيادة جن أنا تيرو كريوان كلاليوان دلي نامونغونان أمونغوناي إثيوبيان ناينو وحص الإدس أنا حلو إذكروا أو أني رشع معلتي أب اسمه رشع خمنا قفامس أو أني رو أتساتيفه وصلنا أين خيلو ملس إذكروا إيش معلتي معناته حزب إرترا زيادة بإثيوبيا تتقيم جن حزب إرترا نداغدفو خيط كله خاني أمنا ويانا خجبرو زجبهم تراون أي جبرون جن أي بنا أنا نبعلي سلام وسلف وسي تحزب تجراي بنفر تعرف خدب تي موصل الأم خجبرو أبن إساسن سلزي دقفكو تميت شح حزب إرترا أب تجراي زلوا كجات مزخ البدحر صعبين زحجز جبرو دلوا مخانو فليت أنا كابس رحي أوف وسيدة أوت أطويلة دمس أسمع مس دك تجراي زجبرو أبهيستن سلام وسلفي حجاني أنا وين حجي دقاقيمة زبلو أتي هيستري بزح نجر أبخاتكم تخدوا زلهم أكايدا أوليهم ولا بإرتراويان كأني نحنا تقاومت خوينا نأتخلنا ويانا خمزي أي جوبرنا حزبي يا قداس أبصر عدل لسه يكون كانتري نت حزبي نحن رزلنا حزبي إرترا نبزو خوينا تزي حرايلو ويكا تقادنيا خوينو أي واقعني زلو تامن وازلهم دك تجراي حزب تجراي كا حالفتم زجوبرو عبر استقامتنا إرترا إسياس حجي كم زجير خشك عللهم تجراي سلزي حجزوه بوهم سينا نتحزب خموت كزرة ويكأني زخون يكون صعبينكم مصو بفلاي دقة لنا إرتراويان دليت فتحي فقادنياتات أيقونان نزل ندقفو خمزي كونا عبر حزب زورد سب كفولت أو على ويلي الزارب أبناي زي أخ الزارب كلهم عليه أبناي إرتراويان كبل كله أبز ساعات زبناتي جم كجمجمة كله دلاي فتحي دلاي ناس إنت كله نجر دلاي حرنت ناس إنت مسياد دلاي حرنت ويك حرا زدل هزبي دلاي فتحي إد بالسب أوش تدلهون أبدجة دلهون حجي نقيحي يسأب بيزول لهما إتين نيساع زدقف حفرة ديجرو عشان خوينا ما يبلين يعني حواتيهم تطلع نقولها يرتراوي مساكو خوني حنس أبتجي جام ساعتوس أنت تملسكوس تكو هيك دف زنبرة إيدا يبلوني زبل سمعتي زخو نو عينو بلومنينا قبل بخم تملسو كومس لازخونا السق زبلناتهم مبزح نعوم دسمعهم بحجة قبروا جيجاجن بحجة زقبر دلو جيجاجن أبيز بإرترا يقرأ خنو بلو زي نخل كوسي يقرأ خبها زي كل أكايدات خود لهم مهوراتنا حقتاتنا يزارارو له ودباتنا دسمبرلو ساعات يزلو تايدا فنو غيركا عند تزارب قالو نحدا نغرا يتخينها ابصبق درجه لوت دلاي فتحي ازبل اذا امينو حزبي يچكون كم زلو حزبي يبدل كم زلو ازي كوينات زغبر دلو يخون اذا اما خلنا زغبر فلليات معالتو ابقي منالبات بهرات علنا استفالاليت عشان دلنا فقراتنا إرتراوية أنا أبزلخو وعدي كاب بهر مسلمنا يستمع حاجتين دفوتهم أحواتين علوني نعي صباح نقول بزخونة يكون من قد خن يسألون خمسة كولي إزفلت مغنيات السرط علينا بحنس أن تواقعنا إنا مسينا إذ أنا هاني زخونة يكون عينت نهزب المسلمنا زبدل تطاوكم زبلالو نفسي يفلق أرثوذكس يزبل وكا كريستيان يزبل بستفعل عليه مخنيات كا نسلام يحاول احلف خمسة الإرتراويان نفلقنا انتهي دا هذا خلت سبات أبيتو وزيوم أبقلا وزيوم بقلا تدافافيهم ويصبق زلوهم مسيلوهم نحنت مع تستزاربو نقومون قرصي ويا كايدان إرترا ويكا حفرتنا إرتراويان دفرصو يمسلو خون سب اتدبزح سب جن بيوتيوب ايوعلني دلو بيوتيوب زقص السب كاني زي حسب كوين انت زي كوينو اذا بيوتيوب دزرب دلو كورونا عنده يترف كمتنا ياكل سب بمولو سب زوص زنبره حنت مع توصينا بخمي نخيدي لنا نزرارب كوينا كورونا طرحنا انا خلكي لنا دلو نبر من قصاصنا اي سياسه يكون نكلكي لنا زلو السخم دقنا خا از كل زفليتكم نقدمي تنبر ندحرت كتريو بالكم نقدمي تنبر ندحرت كتريو بالكم ابيتو بلوم خمزيلو حج خندز خساره خمسان ايام سالكم نيجو ببحريو بوحداتيو ابيتو بوص اسكي نحدا 5 مليون حزب إرترا ليناسي اسكي 5 سب وصو اتم 30 سب صبقم تزارو اتم 10 سب يم حنفشفش دقت تزارو زم سب زيام كا اب لبنكم ملسو احواتهم بيتسوبهم عرفتهم تليخم بتملسوهم فتن فحفح زبلنا بساعات زي ندلنينا نسخم كان عوم يترايو اتم صبق زخود زلو خاني اب غنهم علنا نحناون كم زغيرنا دينا زحجز حاجز تداهلو كاب ገንዘብنا حسع قلبتنا ها كنحجزهم مينا او قطنا إنا نخيد لنا اب صبق درجه يدلو حزب إرترا فحفحلنا تداخلنا كم زخوينا لنا نحنا ني لؤلاونتنا نخبرتنا مهورات علونا انت دا حدا سوص انت دايلو እዚ ኣዲም ከምዚ ዝወለዶ ክስታይ ድኾነ ካብ ሰብኣይ ሰበይትን ካብ ክሳብ ዝተወልደ ኤርትራዊ ከዓ ክሳብ ዝኾነ ብዝኾነ ይኹን ተበለኩ ወይ ተበለሰብ ኣይክለግብን ኣይክለግበናን እንታይ ደኣ በታ ኤርትራውነትና ኣሚንና ነታ ሃገርና ንፍቅርን ንስኒትን ንሕግን ዲሞክራስን ከመይ ኮይና ክትከይድ ከም ዘለዋ ጥራሕ ክንዘራረብ ኣለና ንስኻትኩም ከዓ ምስ ንዓኹም ዝመስሉ መሳትኹም ደጋፊ ይኹን ተቃዋሚ ኣብታ ሓቂ ኣብታ ከተራኽብ ትኽእል ምዝርራብ በኣካል ተረኺብካ ምርድዳእ ሓደ ደጋፋይ ወዱ ወይ ከዓ ቆልዓ መሰታኹም ስለ ዝኾነ ስድርኡ ፈለው ስለ ዝገበር ሕማቕ ስለ ተዛረበ ደይምርሓቕ ኣብ ልብኹም ምለስ ምፅዓር እንታይ ኣብዩ ከዓ መንገድኹም ጥራሕ ምኻድ ንሕና ዞም ዓበይቲ ከነውርሰኩም ንኽእሎ ነገር ካብ ተጋደልናዮ ክሳዕ እዚ ሕጂ ንረኽቦ ዘለና መከራ ከዓ ኣብ ጎንኹም ኣለና ኣጀኹም እየ ክብል ድኽእል Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hagosa. I'm very grateful for your feedback. I would like to add, we were supposed to have Lucia here today. She is a former ELF veteran, but she was under the weather. I should have said that in the beginning. My apologies. I did tell the team. Hagosa, thank you so much for being here with us. She is one of the few women from the very beginning of this conflict who decided to take a stand and say this war is wrong, and did take a stand with our Tigrayan brothers and sisters from the very beginning. Was very involved in the demonstrations in Houston, and is a shiro to me. And believe it or not, it was actually not cool to do so for some reason. And we really appreciate and salute Hagosa for that. And we wanted to hear her. And not only that, but she's a veteran as well, and a soldier, and has fought, has bullet wounds in her body. Her story is immense. So grateful to have her with us and hear her perspective and thoughts. Her daughter's the one translating for us right now, which is awesome. So she's on Facebook translating for the audience. And I'm bringing them over slowly. So I'll be bringing them to our chat so you guys can read. But thank you. Okay, so next we can head over to Aulos.
Hagosa, Emmanuel, Mamher, Fagaber, what you've been saying is, of course, from the heart, and I fully support it. One thing that when we talk about within our Eritrean community, what's going to happen now, or vis-a-vis Tigray, Eritrean, Tigray, what's going to happen? One thing that we should expect, again, knowing the regime, is this Eritrean exceptionalism. After a while, we're going to hear, we won. Not because it's right or wrong, because we are Eritreans. We persisted against the whole world. We did this, we won, we triumphed. You know, this triumphalism will come, but it's going to be directed against young Eritreans in diaspora, the YPFDJ. Nobody can tell, again, an Eritrean mother that her daughter died in Tigray and we won. You're not going to tell that. So this Eritrean exceptionalism is going to be directed at young Eritreans in diaspora. There is one thing that has been bothering me, and I don't know who else knows about this. This is an Eritrean soldier who was now, the last 2 weeks, surrounded by Ethiopian soldiers and raped. She went to fight. It's not her war, but she was sent there and she was raped. She called, I don't know whether you have heard this. Am I repeating something? She called a brother of hers here in the United States, and she told him, this is what happened to me. I'm going to commit suicide. And he was driving a car and he said, if you commit suicide, I'm also going to kill myself. Don't. It's so sad. He said, then I'm not going to do that because you're the one supporting us. This is what is happening. That is not coming out. That hurts deeply. But then again, these guys will come up with this triumphalism. We won, we won, we won. Another thing that we, all of us, all Eritreans, need to do is acknowledge that our young brothers and sisters, yes, forcibly sent to Tigray, but they destroyed. They looted. And we have to be able to say, we are sorry. We have to sincerely apologize because nobody is going to make a difference between the one who came to Tigray and the other one. It is done by our children, by our young brothers and sisters, but it's done. People are hurt in Tigray. We have to apologize. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Paulos. We'll have Dan answer that, and then Dan, you can also answer that very last question since we know you have to head out. So go for it. Thanks.
Thanks. Well, I'm going to build a little bit on what several people have said and try to wrap up my contribution here. First of all, I too am really honored to be here. I think this marks another instance of the handing off of one generation to another, and it's very exciting to see that happening. So there was a question that we kind of skipped over a little bit, although it's informed us, and that was, how is the border war different from the current war? And I had been going back and forth with Mark on this, and I said, I think that there is no difference. It's a continuation of that earlier war. And the thing that strikes me is that Isaias has a playbook that he uses. I mean, and he's been described as erratic and unpredictable. I don't think that's true at all. I think he's very predictable. You go back, you want to find out how he wages war, go back and read Mao's military writings. It's all right there, what he does. And he mastered the strategic withdrawal, the strategic retreat, and then coming back again to fight another day. It's what he did in 1978. It's basically what he did in 2000. Eritrea lost that war. I mean, it didn't lose Asmara, it didn't lose Assab, but it took a huge beating. It lost control of a quarter of the country. And if everybody remembers the years after that, the anger that was reserved and built up for the Ethiopians, and particularly the Tigrayans who came into Eritrea and looted the West, is being mirrored now in reverse with Eritreans going in. First time ever that I've experienced that. But what did Isaias do when this happened, when he had setbacks? He recognized that his forces were outnumbered, outgunned, and he had to change the balance of force. And he did that very slowly by building up support within Ethiopia for various Ethiopian allies. He tried to weaken Ethiopia from within. And eventually, of course, 1991, they won that war. He's been doing the same thing ever since 2000, trying to build support for armed groups. It's already been talked about, all the groups that were based in Eritrea, but other ways too. And it all came together in July 2018, when Abiy displaced the Tigrayans, basically, and as prime minister, and came into power there, and then reached out to Isaias. He made peace, as we all know, because he could do it with somebody other than the TPLF and continue with the same strategy he'd had all along. And I would say that the war that we're seeing now is something that he specifically has been building for ever since July of that year, trying to build his alliances to weaken Ethiopia at the same time as he tried to isolate the TPLF. So he's got a war in Tigray now that involves the Amhara state forces, as well as the Fano militia and others, and Eritrean forces and Abiy's forces. Meanwhile, his aim all along has been to be the major player in the Horn as Ethiopia is weakened by this. And we can already see the fighting in Wolega has continued, the fighting in Beni Shangul, the fighting in the south. Ethiopia is headed for a weakening, a further weakening. I don't think Abiy will necessarily be there indefinitely. Isaias will be, as long as he can stay alive. And he'll play this as well as he can. So calling this Isaias's war is absolutely right on target. I think it's been Isaias's war all along. There have been avenues for peace that were open in May of 1998, in 2000, 2001, 2002. Ethiopia and the TPLF specifically blew that in 2002 by not dealing with the Boundary Commission outcome. But if you go back and read Algiers, that peace agreement was not just about the final and binding decision on the boundary. It was Article number 1, permanently ending hostilities between the two peoples and countries. Isaias has not stuck to that either. So now you've got a situation where I understand, I'm hearing stories of Eritrean forces being withdrawn from Tigray. But the war is going to continue. And I think that it's going to go much the same way as these other conflicts have, except with the other side doing what Isaias had done in Eritrea. And that is continuing a conflict to try to weaken the other side, outlast them. I think when it comes to what we can do, we need to keep in front of people outside, Eritreans and others, the international community, the conditions there, the continuing conflict, so that we don't end up with this kind of blackout, being able to persuade people that it's over. Getting hard information out of the situation there is really crucial to that. I don't think there's any road to peace in the short term until the balance of force is decisively reconfigured. And until the international community weighs in, but the international community by itself can't solve this. This is going to be happening inside Eritrea and inside Ethiopia. So our task, I think, is really to keep information about the conflict coming out to people, keep focusing on the humanitarian crisis, the humanitarian access issue. And I don't mean access to Abiy's forces to be able to control relief to distribute, but humanitarian access unfettered to civilian victims of this situation and also refugees. There is a way to get information out. As a small thing, I really urge people. I see Mark, I just saw you went on to Signal. That is a encrypted communication system that everybody should be using. And not open emails, and not even WhatsApp, because governments can get into WhatsApp too. Getting information out, feeding it to journalists, feeding it to other avenues back into Eritrea, to people there, so that people get facts, as several people have underlined, is really crucial in this situation. But exposing Eritrea's role in Ethiopia is also part of this. And part of that is about the corruption that Isaias has visited upon his own population. Several people have said this would not have happened before. It would not have happened during the Italian period. It wouldn't have happened during the 1960s, 70s, and 80s either. The idea that Eritrean forces are looting, I mean, you've probably all seen the pictures of the textile mill outside of Adigrat. I mean, that's just criminal. And that's just one little story. There's many more. So there's a lot of stuff floating around there. We have to get hard information, personal stories, facts that we can back up, photographs if possible, and find ways to get that out. I've been doing this with journalists and feeding information out to a number of people to keep that going. And I know the results because I'm reading about them. So you guys all have access to people over there in the refugee community inside Eritrea. Get whatever information you can in a hard, factual sense, and also a personal sense, and share it. And the rest, I think, will evolve as we go along. That's where I'm going to leave it. And I'm sorry, but I have to get going.
Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate it.
Dan, thank you so much. We're actually really happy and honored to have you here. Me and Mark, McCall is actually reading your book right now.
Which one?
McCall, which one? Let him know. You got a lot.
Against All Odds.
Yeah, I'm writing a new afterword for that right now, but Conversations with Political Prisoners, Eritrean Political Prisoners, is probably more valuable to you. And the other one is Rethinking Revolution, which not too many people read, but it's where I really put out how you take lessons from failed and successful political and social movements.
I was reading something you wrote for the Christian Science Monitor years ago, 1993. Somebody just used it in an article now.
Great.
So my main thing is, you know, before there was a Wikipedia, there, you know, for us and all of these Google, there was a Dan Connell, and all. So basically, the new generation needs to know who Dan Connell is, who Dr. Hepner is, who Pamela is. You know, there's a new generation out there. And so Mark and I have to pass that knowledge down. It's not good enough that our father's generations know who you guys are. We just have to keep making them understand that this self-reliance thing, it's really not real. I mean, there's other people that came back around and invested in us. That's what you're doing right now. You're helping Mark with the documentary. You're coming here and speaking on the panel and sharing your knowledge with us. And not only that, supporting us in this effort. It means a lot. Thank you for spending your Christmas weekend, Sunday with us. Thank you so much, Dan Connell.
Hey, I
love it.
One thing, I am also working on a book that will bring together many of the accounts I've gotten from refugees and from my own observations over the years. And that's been on a kind of shelf for the last couple of years while I've been running back and forth to Ethiopia to keep up with it.
Let us know.
That's the next project. And it's the voices of the Eritrean people who are most important to be heard here. And anything we can do to further that is the better. And I'm really thankful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All righty.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to finish up. We're going to have Pam.
Stay in touch, Dan.
Okay.
I'm going to just wait for Pam.
Okay, for sure. Pam is going to be the last to give her thoughts, and then Tricia is going to be our closer on this one. And then our next question, which one of our last questions, will be on the role of women. So Pam, go for it.
I'm going to leave.
Okay, I'll try. I was going to go straight to the role of women, but
okay,
maybe just a couple of thoughts about reconciliation.
Yes, please. Undoing the hate, please. Thank you, Pam.
I think Emmanuel mentioned earlier during demobilization and all that period, and he's worked a lot in demobilization in other places too, where a very, very important part of carrying on was communal reconciliation. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that that is a critical issue, not just between Eritrean people and Tigrayan people, Eritreans and Ethiopians, but between Eritrean peoples. We have a diaspora which is badly split and polarized sometimes. We have refugees literally all over the world, right? Some in pretty dire straits, in prisons in Libya, in, workhouses in Malaysia. asking for asylum here and there, not knowing what their futures will be, not having any idea of a future. And yet somehow it's easier to pull up anger and resentment than it is to pull up forgiveness or understanding. And that sounds maybe corny or something, but it's the hardest thing that human beings have to do in their personal lives, in their families, in their relationships, but also in their political lives and in their social and cultural lives. And what makes me hopeful is actually seeing things that have happened in some other places. I was working in Sierra Leone and Liberia during the wars there, which were perhaps the nastiest of wars anywhere in terms of neighbor turning on neighbor, communities turning on communities, just egregious violence. Somehow, some way, these communities came to some kind of reconciliation. I mean, there were many formal processes that were put in place for that. The religious faith-based groups played a huge role there, a huge role. But a lot of it was focusing on looking forward, not looking back. We have to look forward. We have to look forward to next year's crops. Let's plant together. We have to look forward to having a clinic. Let's raise the money and build it together. We have to look forward to having a nurse. Let's make sure every kid is educated in this community, regardless of religion. And I don't know how to go about this, but I think it's you all, you young people, who are going to be the ones who have to do this. And it's going to be tough, but you know, when you think that at over half, maybe 2/3 of Eritreans in this world were born after liberation, after independence, you know, that we old people are almost irrelevant now. So you're the ones that are going to have to think about doing this. And it makes me think about this sort of people to people movements. One of the things that happened in West Africa and Liberia and Sierra Leone that brought the end of those wars, but also helped later, was the Mano River Women's Union. Women from Liberia, from Sierra Leone, and from Guinea got together at community level, at the regional level, at the national level, and across those national boundaries. And they raised hell with the military leaders, with the men politicians, with all the other leaders. They marched, they struck, they raised their voices, they dominated the economy. I mean, they really took it out there to say, no, we're going to quit with all this ethnic issues and religious strife and all of that. And we as women are going to make this place safe and development oriented. And they didn't do it perfectly, but they succeeded pretty well when you look at what had happened there before. And you got people like Ellen Sirleaf coming as president in Liberia. You have a bigger role of women there. This shades into the next question, I think, but one of the great disappointments, I think, to all the progressives out there who followed the Eritrean Revolution was that women played such an amazing role in the struggle, only now to be kind of put aside in many ways. Although I have to say the women in the diaspora are quite remarkable, quite remarkable. So this issue of reconciliation, neighbor to neighbor work, it would be fantastic to see Tigrayan women and Eritrean women in the diaspora getting together saying, wait, what are we going to do about this? Ethiopian women and Eritrean women, what are we going to do about this? This is crazy. This is destroying families. This is destroying communities. This is destroying our future. This is crazy. And maybe with a kind of mobilization across those interests, we could see some progress. That's my modest suggestion.
Thank you so much, Pam. Dan, thank you. I know you have to go. I will let, if you guys don't mind, Dr. Hepner, Naomi, you want to go into your question, a role of women, and then Tricia, you and Pam can sum it up, and then we'll let Hagosa answer after you two answer.
Adiam, before you go, can I say something for the benefit of the youngsters also?
Sure.
Yeah. Before Tricia says, if we go back to our history, people, they don't know about this, but I was fortunate enough to be part of it. There was a fighting between two communities that started in 1912, and it went on for 100 years. And this is the fighting between two communities. One is a Muslim, one is Christian. They are called Tor'a and Sana'adagle. So in 1912, they were fighting because of the lack of the resource among these two communities. They were fighting on the grass, they were fighting on water points and other things. So all this, because at that time Eritrea was under the Italian colony, they were going to court, and the court was deciding on the side of the Christians, which is the Sana'adagle. And this goes on for almost 30 years. So then, when the Italians came in 1945, they have an ill motive to create a problem between the two communities and tint it in a way that it is seen as a religious fighting. So they instigate problems, and I remember what they told me was that there was a judge in Abdghayh. His name is Sharer, and he have 3 Eritreans on the right side and 3 Eritreans on the other side. So he was presiding on a communal solution. So it is very strange what he have said is that because from the Tor'a side there were 12 people who were killed, and from the Sana'adagle side there were 13 people who were killed. And then the judge precised that, oh, Sana'adagle, you have to kill 1 so that you will be equal. So naively, the people went back and said that let us organize to kill 1 so that we will be the same. And it started all over again. This was in 1946. And it's not only killed 1, but they were killed hundreds, because the British organized it in a way that they were giving guns from 780, and they were giving guns to the other side from Nafasi. So the fighting was in the eastern escarpment. So from both sides, they knew that, because it is, when it's a feudal fighting, you tell where the date when you are going to fight and the other things. So people, there is no, on the other side they were fighting. So a lot of people have died. And then it continues like this. And when the war started, when ELF started, and the people were having that, ELF is for Muslims, or they are supporting the Muslims, so we have to ask support from the Christians from around. So the people who were from Ngana, which is Ala area, and the people from Midrafelesti, which is the priest monasteries and other things, they said, no, we are not going to support you. We are going to create a solution for the problem between Muslim and the Christians, because you are destined to live together. This is the wisdom of our people. So they said, we will not support you. We will make peace among you. So the other Shemagille, which is an elderly people, also came. The same thing. They tried to sort out the problem. So this kind of intervention was a solution for some time. And then in 1995, I participated also. What happened was the ELF, before they get crazy like now, what they say that let the people sort out their own problem by themselves. So a chance was given for the people of Sana'adagle and Tor'a to sort out their problem. Guess what they have done? They selected different from the other side. The Tor'a were selecting who can make peace from Sana'adagle, and the Sana'adagle were selecting people who can make peace from the other side. And then what have been done at that time was there were combatants from both sides, from the Tor'a who joined EPLF, and there were also combatants who joined from Sana'adagle. So they were part of the discussion. And then they brought the religious leaders. The religious leaders were very instrumental to make peace among these communities. So in the end, I just, when they were inaugurating the final solution, I happened to participate. And what they were saying is that we have been fighting for the last 30 years for this belongs to us. No, it belongs to you. This kind went on for 30 years. And then another 50 years, we were fighting, it's very nice in Tigrinya. It says that we fought for Ijeta, which means this belongs to us. So they were, both of them were fighting on that. And the second one is that, oh, who's stronger between us? So they fought for another 50 years. So all in all, it's for almost 100 years. So who sorted out the problem? It is the people themselves who have sorted out the problem by saying that we have to find our medicine from ourselves. So we have to say that, the thing that happens in the mountains, let the wind take it. Let the flood takes what happens in the valley. So they came up and then sorted out their own problem. This is our history. And in this, although it's a very patriarchal society, the women were very instrumental. Nobody talks about their stories, but this has to be dig out, because they were the one who were also saying that we don't want to lose our children. We don't want to lose our husband. We may have to make peace, but their voice was always under the carpet, because as the saying goes, there is always a strong woman behind the successful man. So whatever the victory was always given to the men, but actually I have seen it. They were the one who was saying it in the valley of Sarka. They were saying that we don't want to kill each other. We don't want to kill each other, and we don't want to lose our sons and daughters, and we don't want to be widows, because our husbands will be killed in the war. So we need peace. This is the voice. So taking this to the woman, we can make a lot of difference. But remember the mistakes that we have done also during the war. Paulos can help me. What we have done as a mistake is that we were following the Marxist philosophy. The Marxist philosophy says that all the things that are primary are only class struggle. The issue of women can come later. This is what we have made a mistake during the war, and this is what is haunting us. Now it is time to make our women first, to lead us, because they are multitasked. Their brain thinks in different directions, not like men. They are like horse like this. The woman thinks in different directions, and they are coming always with a bigger solution. So I say this with experience. The first time I went to Rwanda to support them on the DDR program was in 2004. The women who were in the parliament were 15%, and they are given only on a positive discrimination. Now, Rwanda is leading the world. 62% of the women in the parliament are women. They are not given by positive discrimination. No, they fought for it and they got it. And Rwanda is leading Africa. So what I aspire is that our women will lead us, and we will have a very harmonious society if we support them. So in order to support themselves, the first thing they have to do is get organized. Nobody is going to give you your voice. So in order to get your voice, the first thing is, because you are going for emancipation. So you have to come together, form your own organization, and support the other movements like AKL and others. But first, you have to have your own solidarity. You have to have your own voice. And this is, don't listen to the people like me, saying that, no, you can come later. No, the time is now. You have to fight. You have to take it, and you have to lead the situation. So I'm very happy that I see a lot of women and one man only. So I think the tide is changing, and I'm very proud for our women, especially these women for change, and they will change it. And they have to reach out for the ones who are disoriented, because people who came from Eritrea, being a national service, the outcome of it is traumatized and disillusioned. So as people who are born in the West, who have a basic education and knowledge, reach out, because don't be judgmental. They might have a lot of problems. The problem they have is the result of trauma. So they need support. They need, don't look down at them. That's what I see in some people. These are disillusioned. These are not Eritreans. They behave like this. No, why do they behave like that in the first place? So our hope is on our women. And I mean it. I'm not saying it for the sake of politics. No, I have seen it in different countries. If women are leading, the sky is the limit. So I'm very happy to see you guys. And I'm 100% confident that you will shine. If you shine, we will shine. If you don't shine, we will never shine. That's my 1 cent advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel. So that leads to Naomi's question. And then what we can do is, after Naomi's question, Dr. Hepner and Pam, maybe you guys can answer the last question from that point on, and then you guys can go ahead and we'll let you have your Sunday. So Naomi, do you want to ask your question? And then I'll ask them the final question after that.
Perfect. And thank you so much. You guys already started to talk about the role of women in Eritrea. So this is going to be a question about that. So I'll go right into it. From the very beginning, Eritrean women gave the most and lost the most during the Eritrean Revolution. Example, Eritrean female soldiers, many ended up not having kids, which culturally that is considered an obvious loss. Whereas male soldiers still had the opportunity to have kids after Eritrean independence. Eritrean mothers lost their children and husbands in the struggle for independence. And we know that Eritrean women fought alongside men in the independence at some of the highest rates the world has ever seen. However, when you look around today, gender inequality remains a huge challenge in Eritrea. For example, the majority of high government officials in the PFDJ regime are men. Eritrean women have never truly had their due recognition and respect in Eritrea. With the current forced military conscription, we know women are victimized differently, and many women have been forced to flee Eritrea and face harsh, unique challenges in their journey to freedom. With this new regional war, more women in the Horn are being uniquely victimized. So what are your thoughts, and what are some words of wisdom for women of the younger generation on how we can begin to take steps to empower our fellow sisters while the current conflict is taking place and things are feeling a bit hopeless? So we can start with Hagosa or Pam. Anybody can join.
We're going to start with Pam and Dr. Hepner, and then they're going to answer the last question so they can go, and then we're going to go to Hagosa and Tigrinya.
Perfect.
Okay.
Say that again. It's not. I'm not clear what is said.
We're going to have the women talk now, if that's okay. So Naomi just asked a question, and we're going to have Pam and Dr. Hepner answer the question about the role of women. And then there's a concluding question and thought for Pam and Dr. Hepner, and then they're going to exit, and then we're going to have part 2.
Okay, I would like to say something about the role of women too, or women's organization.
No, we will. We're gonna, but we want the women to talk first. We kind of let Dr. We let Dr. Emmanuel slide in because he's real smooth with it, you know. he knows how to do that. But the order is going to be Pam, Dr. Hepner, and Hagosa, and then we'll let the men answer that. Okay, so Pam or Dr. Hepner, any one of you can go first. It doesn't matter.
Let Trish go first.
Okay, for sure. Cool.
Wow, there's so many things I could say. It was so great listening to everybody on the previous question. And I mean, I would, I'd love to just continue to talk on these points all day with with all of you, but I'll try to just be a little bit more focused and pick up on something that Emmanuel said just a few moments ago regarding this notion during the struggle that came out of a sort of, a particular strand of a kind of crude Marxism that class struggle resolves all other contradictions and inequities, right? And that when Eritrea becomes liberated, when the revolution is successful, then the gender question gets resolved kind of automatically, right? That was a sort of theoretical position that we know has not actually been borne out in revolutionary circumstances. And so that's unfortunately, I think, a casualty of revolutionary nationalism is gender equity, right? When it serves the purposes of the nationalist movement or of the revolution to have women involved centrally in positions of power, then of course the door is open, but then that gradually closes shut after liberation. And this is not unique to Eritrea. I mean, this has come up time and again in other contexts. And I think part of that is part of the reason that revolution does not solve the problem of gender oppression is because culture changes more slowly than political configurations do. And if there's one thing that we can say almost universally about human culture, with some exceptions, is that it's patriarchal. Patriarchal societies dominate worldwide, and this is certainly the case in Eritrea as well. So it's a perennial problem for human societies, not just Eritrean societies. And even at times of great transformation, patriarchy exerts this kind of cultural drag, and in part because it puts women. I love it. Emmanuel, I think you might need to mute. Okay, good.
I muted him, yeah.
Okay, good. So to challenge patriarchy, because women are sort of positioned, as the kind of the reproducers of the nation, of the population, of culture, to challenge patriarchy then becomes like, it's seen as like a challenge to the nation itself, right? So women get put in this impossible position where in order to address the problem of gender oppression, it's as though you're somehow putting the national interests of the community, of the population kind of behind, right? Like you can't do both, you can't resolve. But I mean, of course, Black feminists and intersectional feminists came along years ago and made the point that you can't separate things like gender and nation and race and class and all these things from one another. They all constitute one another. And so it's true that Eritrean women made gains during the revolution and on independence. In fact, women had a higher percentage, or Eritrea had a higher percentage of women in government than the United States did, just following independence. That has since changed. And the fact is, as patriarchy sort of culturally reasserts itself, the struggle for equity is constantly kind of like a rear guard battle. It's like you have to continually defend the gains that are made in one context. You have to continually struggle for that amid multiple setbacks. And that's what Eritrean women have been doing. And I mean, I would also pick up on things that were said before. I mean, I think that, Pam mentioned that it's going to fall to those of you in this generation to resolve some of these questions of reconciliation and also the kind of gender question. Emmanuel pointed to that as well. It's, but I would point out to you that you're doing it right now. It's happening already. It's not at some point in the future, something that you have to affect. It's something that you're doing right now. The very fact that you're having this conversation, the very fact that there are organizations like Women for Change out there. When I look at the past 10 years in particular of Eritrean diaspora organizing for human rights, for social justice, for refugee rights, for all of these things, it's been women who have been at the forefront of that, have been the most bold, the most courageous, the most forward thinking, the ones who are willing to reach out across national lines, across ethnic lines, to really do the very, very heavy lifting of what movements for reconciliation and peace ultimately look like, right? It's the women who were really the progressive element here. So if the patriarchal obsession that women are the key to the nation has any truth to it, okay, fine. Let's take that on. Let's turn it on its head. And let's say that Eritrean women have to be the ones to lead out because the survival of the nation now depends upon it more than it ever has before, right? Especially in the context of this war. And I love that Pam pointed to these other examples, like the Mono River Women's Collective, and that Emmanuel brought up the issue of what's happening in Rwanda. I mean, I think one of the really important things that you all, again, are doing already is to break out of the ideology of nationalism that would keep you boxed in and only looking to yourselves and only looking to the past and only looking to to Eritreans themselves, right? It's really about moving beyond that and connecting with women and with movements for reconciliation, transitional justice movements, successful movements that have happened in other places, and really learning what are those strategies? How do we adapt these? How do we learn from these other examples? And there are Eritreans who are already doing this. I mean, Eritrean Movement for Democratic and Human Rights, they translated Gene Sharp's text on nonviolent resistance into Tigrinya, right? The Eritrean Anti-Militarist Initiative in Germany indigenized in an Eritrean way the idea of conscientious objectorship and an anti-militarist perspective. People like Daniel McConan have put an enormous amount of thought into what a transitional justice framework would look like and addressing the gender question, gender inclusion, not just gender inclusion, but women's leadership, right? In the next phase. And instead of thinking about how, or articulating it in the sense that like, this is where you have to go, I would say, look at where you already are. You're already there. You're already doing it. And to move it forward, break out of the nationalist exceptionalism and think about how to create these forms of solidarity across boundaries, across borders, not just with Tigray, not just with Ethiopia, but more broadly than that. Other parts of the world, other experiences, there's so much to learn from that and make it your own. And that I think could be immensely powerful and transformative.
Thank you so much for that. I really particularly love the fact that you talked about breaking out of this ideology of nationalism. I think that's going to resonate with a lot of our listeners today. Pam, you are up next.
Gosh, I don't know. I don't know how to follow that. I think that said it all. The one thing, I guess, that Eritrean young women outside Eritrea have as an advantage is more access to information, access to education, access to so many things. And you are really taking advantage of that and can encourage others to take advantage of that too. If we try to think about Eritrea in the future, if one tries to dream about what it could look like in 10 years, say, then you have to stop and think, wait, we have to be ready. We have to be ready. We have to have done really good analyses of our history, of what went right and what went wrong, of our economy, of social and cultural issues. Just to read what so many of you on this panel have written, and to look back and ask parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and everything about their own experiences and helping to document those, I think would be such a fantastic contribution for the future of Eritrea. There's a National Archives there. It has all kinds of cool stuff in it. But unfortunately, what it doesn't have in it and what it won't have in it is the memories and the experience of people like the ELF and the EPLF, ex-EPLF fighters that we heard from earlier, because those people are not being interviewed there in Eritrea, right? So the place to get all of that, which is a huge national heritage, is outside right now, sad to say. It can be in the US, it can be in Mexico or Sweden or, wherever Eritreans are. Helping to document that, I think, is important. And especially thinking on role of women, minority rights issues, ethnic relationships, things like that. A lot of thought has gone for many years among Eritreans on this, and it has had to go on outside. And that's a tragic thing, but it's also a wealth of information to use for building the nation. When the time comes and things change, and they will change, it will help to make them change better if we have a better understanding of what went wrong and what went right. You know, and when I think back, I mean, I was fortunate to be in Eritrea during a time of great hopefulness. I mean, there were all kinds of just fantastically cool things going on. Even when I was working for the UN and I would come back to New York to speak at this or that meeting, everybody in the world was interested in what was happening in Eritrea. What's happening on land discussions? What's happening on environmental discussions? What's happening on women's rights? What's happening on health? What's happening on this? I mean, it was phenomenal. And there are still some rather amazing things. In some areas of health, the health services people have kept at it regardless of the political situation. And they've made some pretty major accomplishments. So there are some things to be documented and pulled out and built upon for the future. I remember, though, a sad thing. There was, at the time, I think when Manuel was doing the DDR there, demobilization and all of that, there were women veterans organized a group called BANA. And it was a kind of cooperative to train, do skills training and have small businesses for women veterans. And then there was another group called TESFA, because they figured out one of the biggest problems women veterans had there was childcare. And they created this nursery. I think it was called, I don't know, Manuel will remember, Agi, I think, this kindergarten and childcare program. And it was such an amazing thing. And there places in other parts of the world were looking at it. And then boom, 1996, shut down. Closed down, everything had to be absorbed into the Union of Eritrean Women. And that momentum was lost. There were many kinds of momentum, though, for people with disabilities. It was remarkable what was going on. So there are things to build on. And I think it's a luxury that we all have to be able just to dig out a lot of information and history about this through people's stories, through whatever documentation there was, to be prepared when the time has come, because you will be governing at that point, and it will be good to be prepared there.
Pam, thank you so much. Before we go to Hagosa, Tricia is going to give her final words because we did go over on time. So she's going to give her final thoughts and her goodbyes. We're going to go then to Hagosa and continue it in Tigrinya, and then to Paulos after that. And then we're going to go to my last question. So thank you, Dr. Hepner.
So, I mean, this has just been such a profound honor for me, a really immense privilege to spend this time with you all. I've been more than happy to devote my post-Christmas Sunday to this, because it's so incredibly important, and I'm so inspired. I have such immense respect and affection for all of you. And I guess I just want to address, I'm going to be a little bit of a spoiler here, Adiam, and I'm just going to address something about your last question that you shared ahead of time, which was some final words about for the new generation working towards peace and dialogue and building unity. I noticed in your question that there was a lot about how to be the generation that unites people, right? And this is going to sound maybe a bit surprising, but what I would leave you with is to say, give up the concept of unity. Give up the concept of unity. Think more in terms of solidarity. And the reason I say that is because unity, first of all, it's been co-opted and it's been corrupted as a term by nationalist ideologies that claim to be building unity, but what they're actually doing is sowing division. And this is not unique to Eritrea. It happens again and again. So unity, I think, is problematic, because unity oftentimes, in the name of unity, what we find is a kind of homogeneity imposed from above. That serves a particular narrow set of interests and doesn't necessarily unify people. So you're setting up an impossible threshold also to achieve. the work of unity is never done, right? It's a process. It's never a point that you arrive at where you can say, oh, we're unified, we have unity and we move on from here, right? It's a project, it's a process, and you're doing it right now. You're already engaged in that work. And so that sort of cliche about the journey being the destination, it's all about the journey, right? It's all about the process, the project as you work on it, because that's where the bonds of solidarity are forged, is through the process of doing the work together, right? That's how you build the community. And so forging bonds of solidarity across differences, whether it's about gender or about Higda or Shabia versus Jabha, or whether it's transgenerational, or whether it's one diaspora versus another diaspora versus Eritrea itself, versus, you know, building solidarity with people on the other side of the border in Tigray and in Ethiopia, right? I mean, that's what the project is. And that's not necessarily a project of unifying. It's a project of solidarity, and it's a project of connecting with people across those boundaries where you have common interests and goals, but also allowing your goals and your interests to be different. And not forcing that kind of homogeneity and sameness and constant agreement, because you'll never get there. And in the end, it becomes repressive to try, right? And I think that's what you're all struggling against, is to break out of that. And so I would leave you with that. I know it might sound, you know, surprising to say give up on unity, but exchange the project of unity for one of solidarity, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You are my sister, and I appreciate you. And it's been years that we've known each other, and you've mentored me a lot. And we are very appreciative that you've been here. You understand the urgency of what's going on in the region, and you spent your Christmas Sunday with us, and you get it. So Dr. Hepner, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and all of you. It's been such a pleasure to meet new faces and to see old friends as well, and to have this conversation has been so meaningful. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna let Hagosa give her thoughts on the role of women, and then after that, we're gonna let Pam give her final thoughts and let her have her Sunday. And then we're going to go to the next and our final question, and we're going to have Mumhud be the first person to answer the final question. And that, from that point on, we're going to hold the last final question in Tigrinya and our final thoughts in Tigrinya. Hagosa, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, Shukrina. Thank you. Okay, go for it. Again, her daughter, Arsima, is our amazing translator. She's on the line. She's been translating for our audience on Facebook. So you're awesome. And I've been throwing it in our chat too. Okay, go for it, Habasa.
Thank you, Naomi. زحطو زيا بزعوا دك أنستيو زغربكيا كلهم. ناي دك أنستيو ناي حجي حنت تاخذ صنيحة بزح نجر ناي كالوت عدون كم زخونة كتقلد صنيحة. نحنا نكم خو ناي حسبنا يوم. أين دوليني نحن كل سبكم كون زنبرة حسابنا مالت دك أنستيو إيرترا كن قادل كلنا تنبرث حزنا ويكابون باز دربنا ترح زي كون خرق زلو دك أنستيو أديتات من إسيات أبقون أنجيرن أبزناي نفرت استقاط على سلاسان قال نفرت استقاط على أنستني على مستم كوماندو خينا نصرحه نيرة دك أنستيو إيرترا بناي تقادل تطرح ديكم كأنا خجون مزدل نتن أب عالم بركين خينا نون عالم كاي حلفة زتسوّعون زتقال زربا زارب كفتني مالك لكينا نحنا نناس النتي لنا وسينا مستبهرياوي تسقمنا يقوالن استيتي كاي تساقمنا قوالن استيتو خوينا دحريت كاي ترفنا قوالن استيتو خوينا خاب مسانا زلو ملعود كعاتيقنا أبرسي شريط حزنا نقان تابرين كنحجز مش ملو معرب ود تبعتاي كوينا ناس النت إيرترا مسينا وزمد قامو من البات نتحج زلو ولدو ويكاني كسند سلزلو أنا نشتي تحدن اشتي نحدا تزاربنا لسي اتناي بحقي زحالف تاريخ كسادو خاي قوعمان زي تاريخنا كابتناي قدم ساعة زحجي نحنا زحالفنايو زحجي سخون تقبولنا دلهم نخخيد إليه إلى زمت أزل له نزي الزرار بازنبر حزب إرترا طفيوا عيبلني ولا حزب عالمون فلتناي إذا خوينو ناصنت كايمصت كولد بصوتي እንዳተሰው خلو خولد إذا بزح نجارات ندا عناقتنا وحدات انت زي كوينو سب وليدو ويكا كاش مكوينو آتيو إذا تقصكنا نقوم زنبوبة تخاب مولاد خون بناي مهزن كاتيت مهرمتي يخون عند حقوقها خون بوزح نجار لك توتبعتها يا إيرترا دولو زرخبو قال نستيت أب إيرترا زلان دار خبو تمسيا بو مسرت كام حبر دقا نستياني إتما حبر دقا نستيو دحرت ناصنت independence كوينو سلازي قصله اب تحت إسياس سلازخوني ناتو مسارح خوين تاريخ مستخلو ناي إرترا للاونت ويكا ناصنت زمصمو نبين زغبطو إسياس عبد أبيلو ويكا الحمد لله يزغبرو مجمرتا سبسي مجمرتا ني جهوبا خمس غيرو دحراي نسن كلان كم زغيرو دحراي كم زيبل انا غن مجمرتا إسياس نمن بديلو ويكا نمن مجمرتا رأسنا حف كم زينب بالغيرو محبرنا وندمسيسو انت زبلوني ويكا انا بناتي كغلصتو خوينا مجمرتا ندق نستيو يذكرنا انا مسألي مستن إسران حموشن شحدك انستيو ناي كبير برات كون ناي كفلتات كون ناي سليا كون ناي هندسه كون ناي حايلتات كون ناي حكمنا كون ندق نستيو مجمرتا ابندافينو اسمرا ججرت اتايسنا 10 شح قال ملي نتناي 9 بلن 5 شح يبو بحنت معلتي استاقبالو لعلوي انا نيرنا كن بقى بامرجنس او عكير اسران حموشن شحدك انستيو ابندافينو چاو 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 اندابلنا افانينا اتا شعي هيبو دسددنا زياره ايوه مزاور اسيا هيبو سديدنا ناتي شميا ناتي كلها زياره ايوه نزيا هيبي يسديدنا مسيها 10 شحيبنا مالتي
ماني فريمولا دلو سكرايا ماني فريمولا دلو انا هي كونترا
مكونن دنا رايوا زيا
اوكي
مساحه اقلامي اي
13500 تندك نسيو خنقراتي 13500 15 شي حيونا
نو شعو تدالي انا طب غيرسني عيا شعو كلن سلازي مصاته زي كوينن 25 شح دقه انستينا نيرنا كلن كن بباركا سلازخوني بصحيح سلازخونه عدن فحبي لنا سلادصنحي كلن ايترخبنا يمصا ابت سنه زنبرنا كن 25 شح دقه انستينا انا 13 شح نقلن من 14 معلتي تغزا صيبنا زوعلنا دق نستيخن كون نخئلينا كاله حجب زيا I don't know حق أبي لخي تتفقني لزقمت كواورقة الله مكونن زبالين يرتحكيم أنا ني أبدون محرم تلني حانت إذن الله تني كالون موقع تلني زي وسطيت وينالني أوكي حرا إليه دفيرة مالتي 10 شح تهبن الله زاور أزياء تهبن الله كل موقعتي كيليه أوه إلو دوكومنت خفت أبيلو إك شميت صحيح أبيلو أبحنتي نورمال فيليو صحف عبيلها 5 موقعات اللواء 5 موقعات اللواء 5 موقعات اللواء الفانيين مالك الشعب معلتي انا تقاومت بين نقرأكم بدحرا مزخونه تقادا يزارب مزخونه تقادا يسرح تايدا الله تبهل معي كتعبين تكسب عالي قدر كيدا يا حارسه الشعب نخري ام صلاخهم بخما مسرت كاب زياده صحه مالك جي نحنا دق انسيو حزب خا دحرت منغست خا دفعنا حزب إرتراو غزا ختكارته دلي حنت كونس زي عندي حق تصع سلنبل كابت قدل زمصانايو وا ازي النغرامات تقادلتي اي تكاريو سو اديفاتم وا ازي قلع حزيلنا ميلانو سرغيرنا رأسنا افرو خوين بونسولا غيرنا حزيلنا نيشتي مشمع لا يقول أنا باك مالتي بزناي زعدي حزنا هنكيت كنا وش دق برخا مسلا نزن تقادلت قدفون قال كستو لا تكحواتا وصادلو قال كستو امكا عدنا قال كستو 5 هايلوها تي تقالس زغبرنا تحبرتسب زبدلنا هاني يعبي حبرتسب نو يلو اي تخالاخلنا معنا ندك نستي بأنا دي جمرة نسون كلان بأنا دي جمرة ني هايمونات الزلوا بأنا دي جمرة نبى تخسيانات نبى قشتي كابانا يجميرو خابدك أنستيو ولا تن كمان دك أنستيون أي حاجة زنا سلام تاي ما حبر دك أنستيو independence دول ويسون زما قتلنا ويكن حالنا ويكفلت لنا سلا زينا برا معنى إتن كل ناي دك أنستيو حالفت زنبرها دحرمت ياس ناي تقادلت انتاي تيجيرو نعنا إتن أنست حالفت زخونا إتن بقربا مساعتهم زراخبها صحافتي حالفتي قلن دا قبرون كأخيرو كيدك أبتبيت صحفتن كتعر ويكتزاربك عاي تسمعني خانيرك إذا كل جزينا عايز حملني كابو قتيلو نابي كيدو أبدك أنا نبحواتنا هبحقرا وقلقلت كابو قتيلو خنابي كيدو إذا سقرادو بزسقرادو الله هذا طابق اللنسينا انت ما حبردك أنستي إرترا أبتحتي إسياس كوينو سلستدفنا مالي كاو قتيلو خاني تسرعات كايدو تيلو كوميونيتي فريسو ما حبردك أنستيو إرترا زنبر استفالليا صعبي عبيز بس حزنبر أبدك قدلو خا أركيب لن كله كلهم كوميونيتي ناي أبدك قدلو فرس أنا حتى تقلقو ما حبردك أنستي فريسو نقول له خمسين دقيقة برا فريسنا أبزح حجناي تقاوم تدنبخ بهال كله نايدك أنستي تساقف النتي اللي لهم دك تبعتي خاني تبدلنا الله وعلم نعو خبارا برو يكونوا مسقاتهم كن اكتر حمز دولينا هيدا ما حبردك أنستي يمكن نتمرتخنن نخال كتوصحو زلكنن نوصعاتاتكنن بخمس جير كنت تطو بلا يلو خا زتابعين زحجزنا بدقو ناي نبر نسفرسه مالتي انت كاغور قاليو انستم قال فما تاخي بامصو قلبتهم قال حيزن وي كاب صراحه خدا قال نخيد علينا كمان يبلونن كم زقاوم زنوبرو كم تاعنا حدا خلت على الكروف بخلو مالتي كل غزي انت حدا مسينا تقاومتي تباهيلو وي اخي بالو تباهيلو وحدات اربعه خمسه كميت زخون ودات مالتي كل غزي نحنا ندغمو كل غزي نحنا نمص قوم اندابلو خيدو وصعانا يقال نستيتي كل عالم ترى خوينو حصر ابي له خزارب نخالوت كعدل كهو ما حبر دق انستيو اندبندنس ايرترا كهللو ابتز مص حقون اذا ما حبر زي تداهاليو اوشنا ليدر كنفر لنا نحنا ليدر مسفرنا انا واحد كنحلفالو نزن حد ناشتو قلعو زلهم حجي مالتي نحنا كسرتو تاريخ እንዳገለጽنا እንዳደሰነድنا اصنحنا انا واحد كنت ما حبر دق انستيو كحلفالو كحلف كله خاني بتمرتخنن ببقعتكنن بكل نجر منبر تفليلكن ويكاني تتحازيلكن زي كونس بفلطتكن ليدر وصيخن بكل نجر بكل شنخ تغبرو كل غزي دقيقن تواداديركن سعناي بريزيدنت مرጫ تورسو ازدل اب حقنا ايرترا خندف كل حج حق يبنا اب حقنا ايرترا خندف كله ويكاته نديفو دلو قد محجون كحدث كله انا بطعم يخستوعلو الزدادي بحامسة نكون مش دك تبعتي الزدادي مخنياتو معرس لاستقادلنا نتناصنت إرترا ابصراح يكون امنتكم ابقعنتك سوري دك تبعتيو تحسني يزلو نتنا حنا نخجلص زلي لعل زخونه يكون امناتنا لعل زخونه يكون وفياتنا لعل زخونه يكون نقبرنا تلنا نقبرنا كم نقبرها يفلت إذا أمينا كل جزء محبر دك أنستي إرترا تباهيلو أبديس استأكمنا له خيدانيره بدحلو خاني كتسيلنا يوم بزخوني محبر دك أنستي أبتحت خمزي خناب أو قاعد دك محبر دك أنستي خاطر أنا أيدليني كل دك أنستي أخفض تقول له محبر دك أنستي بخون مسرت حجي وانا تبها المحبر قيمنا لنا بتعمي زحق سخا بعل إلسا مسفن بعل سجدت محرتها بعل سجا الله بعل كسر بعل زيا حالي ما زبهلا ببزحنت قيمنا كل نجر بقعة بقى خم كنفز بقى كم انتهي زبهل كم هاي كم سجن عند حدرة حيل زجبرة عند حدرة سجن انتهي بحر الله قبل سمع أنا كل جزء نسأل عيناتهم قرا ندحرت عيتها دمولونيا كل جزء خاني تي مسأزلو من جب ويك أكنتي تكرجف كله حدش حيلي مش حدش حيلي فتيراتي حدش طيب بعد زي كنتي توص أنا نزن بزحد دك أنستي أبوانا زلوا زريان زلوا دساتفا كم أن ونزل حج بعل عاديام تسعبانا دلخن كم عينة بحر دلك عندك أنستي إرتراوياني خني لي أزجلسك هم سجني لي أزجلسك عند حدرنا أريجنا يلنكوف زيبلا كم بعقوال بعتاي اللهم بزحد كجلس أن زخيل جن جزية خي كدني أشمات أب كند مجلس أبوانا تساتيفن نما حبر دك أنستي خيدك أساز حضرة العلم ميتين جلن بحنت أخي بزعاتوا الله أنا أوريد من قد حيزنه قال نستيتي إرتراس كتجبر كم تخيل لو تخم تمس كا يتأمامني تستبدلنا استوصعنا قداموتنا نستبدلنا توصعنا خيبلنا جن مساحتكن تنحنا نفلط ندورسناكن نزل على خنكيد يدلي تقادلتي ناي تقالنا حرنتكن ناي هزباو جنبار محبر دك أنستيو زي مهلا تي سرعات بمقباتو كم تقول زقوبرو بزح نجر زيادة نايت حبرة السبقات وسعنا يحواتنا أديتاتنا نعيكو حواتين كلن كخونا زغلا لومي بزي سبعي تاريفا دك أنا عبيا استزولو شجرات نعينك أحجي خونا له تمرتكو هاي اللون بتمرتن سريحين عبيلن كاي كدا بقول وتها وسرح وعلتنا ينداسب نداو حالا دك أنا عبيامو ملش خاي سياس وصدون كان عبد الله خاي تتقوم دك أنستيو إيرترا عبد الجد اللي نطرح زي كنا عب إيرترا زلواون عين تدسمعني الساتن تطو تزبلا دك أنا حجون عب زينا أمنلو عب زي كون كوينات عبتوني لأن الساتن تزوجها زخونة يخون من إسياب ساعات زاب تقرايتو يدعي موتن مير وصع تحردك خنت انتك وخونك تني زحلم ترخبا حساوي حلو تعسرا نبمول اخن بحانت معلكي اسركني مول إيرترا دلخن وصيخ تحردك اخن حسابوتكن منابات كم زخل كله قال لك سبوازي ابز حشا سفيره بلن نخو انا بزو خوينا خمس قبر الله بخالق زلو سبكا بزد محل قسرح سلا زلو طرح اموني نالبات أنا حكم له تليني حاسبة كمل إخليه زي ما لسكو تلي قد حكيتكم منها كم تجدايت كم زنوركم أنك كمل لسخيله.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much Hagosa. بتعمي تصبو زارا بعد زاريبكي كم أدينا كم as a woman بتعمي كل جزية in times of strife you know who's who. And Hagosa, during this conflict you took a stand. كيف تسلم معي سلفي مسهم هجار حواتنا أنا تطو خبلية إلكي نزقفعي زخي زلو and that's why we look up to you. You know, you didn't hide. Unfortunately, a lot of people did hide, and we spoke with the younger generation about it, and that's why we brought you here today. And you mentioned a lot of strong women or an organization like Ioana, which is trying their best to do the best. And there's also a lot of women within Yaaka that are trying to do their best too. We want to be fair to everybody. There's also a lot of women within EPDP that are trying to do their best too. There's a lot of women that are Menise that don't even know these organizations' name right now. Naomi Mikal don't even know what we're talking about. They don't know what Ioana is. They don't know what EPDP is. They don't know anything. And that's why Mark and I, we do know these names, these acronyms, all these alphabet soups. We've decided, let's start this initiative for a younger generation and let's talk about the facts and let's start this discourse and not call out so many names and organizations. Let's just say, as Eritreans, what we can do about this current conflict, and let's stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Tigray, Oromo, Benshangul, whoever is suffering, any ethnic group right now in the region, in the Horn. Let's just do that instead of mentioning individual names or organizations, because everybody right now is suffering. So Hagosa, thank you so much.
Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
Thank you. So we're going to let Pam close it out, and then we can go to Alos, who wanted to give one more comment, and then to our very last question and final thought. Pam, thank you. We're going to let you close it out with your final thought for our last question.
Okay. Wow. What to say? There are a a lot of amazing people saying pretty inspirational things today. So I had to think, wow, what can I say about this? I'm going to start out with something which is not so inspirational and probably sort of a bummer. And then come back to all the cool things I think that you're doing right. One thing I think is distinctive, and I say this because I've been working with Eritrean, well, and other refugees, but a lot of Eritrean refugees in so many places in the world, in so many situations over the past few years. I haven't been to Eritrea in many years, but I feel like I know a little bit of what's going on just through people I see in so many places and friends and all of that. And an observation I would like to make, which I think is quite distinctive to Eritrea right now in history, is that Eritreans are a pretty severely traumatized people. Mm-hmm. And I say that across the board in many ways. There are many, of course, who have been jailed, who have died, who are disappeared. We have no idea if they're dead or alive. Their families are traumatized by that alone, but also by many of them, if they're still in Eritrea, having to live as if things are normal when their husband or wife or mother or father or aunt or uncle or children have disappeared and they don't know what they're going through. To have to pretend that things are normal, to get up and go to work each day, not to be able to speak out about it, not to be able to have a funeral, not to be able to have closure. This is extremely, extremely traumatizing to people. Even those who haven't lost family members to this are having to go through pretending that life is normal when you can't learn what's really going on in your neighboring community or in your neighboring country, or what was that big noise at the airport 3 days ago? Somebody said it was a bomb, but we don't know, nobody's telling us. To have to go through life as if that is normal is actually very problematic. We have so many people in exile, including many of you on this panel today, people who gave their lives, all of their youth was spent fighting for a really good cause. Everything, they put everything they had into it, all hopes and dreams, and now have to live in exile with great disappointment. And then we also have those refugees, the people who are in detention centers in Libya today, the people on the border, good heavens, in Mexico here, the people who went through Sinai with torture, with organ theft, with rape, with, all kinds of conditions. In fact, I would venture to say, having looked at refugee issues, over many generations, that many of the Eritrean refugees today, who may be safely in Sweden by now, or maybe in Italy, or maybe resettled in Australia, that they actually have had more trauma than those people who fought in the war.
Yeah.
They had the traumas, but not the solidarity,
yeah.
But not the social support.
Yeah.
To be healthy physically and mentally, you have to be able to have a future orientation. Without a future orientation, it's a serious problem. It can lead to so many things, and we know among young people, it's drinking, it's drug use, it's, interpersonal violence. We have a lot of domestic violence, gender-based violence and everything because of the stress of these situations. And I think that is one thing that all of us have to keep in mind when thinking, okay, when things do change for the better, what are we going to have to do? They're going to have to be not just the technical people and technicians and city planners and people in foreign policy and all of that. We're going to have social workers and psychologists and all kinds of people to help for a reintegration of society. And it's, it's a sad thing to think about, but it's also something to plan for. What about when people can come home? How can we start thinking about when people can go home if they want to? Building the expertise among the diaspora. Now there's, historically, there's always a problem between diaspora and people at home. And that happened also after liberation. A lot of people in diaspora were outside and had a chance to get a lot of education and came back expecting they would have really good positions and people would listen to them. But people who went through the struggle at home was like, wait a minute, we're the ones here who went through the struggle. You guys were out there having an easier time of it. There were tensions there, as many people can tell you. Thinking ahead about that will be useful, I think. Building the kind of expertise, making sure that people outside are getting the skills and thinking about how to apply those skills to a new Eritrea. Thinking about social movements that you have started here already. Not only requires expertise, but also inclusivity. I come back to what Trish so wisely said, solidarity. That solidarity also has to be inclusive. It has to include the Bnei Amr, the Saho, Tigray speakers, Kunama speakers, all of the peoples of Eritrea, just so you can all get to know each other and benefit from the amazing mosaic that Eritrea is. And I think that in a way that mosaic that Eritrea is one of the most fascinating things about it and richest things about it and most fun. I mean, who does not like to dance to Kunama music, right? Come on. Forget that Highland music. Tigray music is much better to dance to. We all know that. So part of your movement, I think, has to be inclusive in bringing all of that together, which will also feed it in a sense. It will feed the richness of that, of your generation recovering the hopes and dreams of Eritrea. And I really thank you. I was so happy to be invited to this today, and I'm so happy to see people I haven't seen in quite a while and to meet new people. And we are all really thrilled that you are doing this. I can't tell you how happy I was when Adiam reached out and said, because I've been focused for the last 4 or 5 weeks on people in Tigray, just trying to figure out, oh my God. And then, wow, yes, of course, there has to be a reaching out here of Eritrean young people in Tigray and young people in diasporas and everything. And brilliant, this is fantastic. So I congratulate you, and anything the rest of us old people can do to help in any way, just let us know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pam. We're so blessed to have you on, it's a holiday, it's a Christmas weekend, Sunday. So the fact that you, Dan, and Tricia, Dr. Hepner understood the urgency of the situation in the region and would just stop everything to meet with us, share your knowledge, your wisdom, and just support us in these efforts, it means a lot to us. So we're really grateful. Thank you so much, Pam.
Thank you. Support each other.
We're going to keep bugging you, so get ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, we're going to go into our last question and our closing thought. So because we're kind of over on time, we have a young generation here that's really stickler on time. My little cutie pie, but we're doing good. We're actually doing good. People are super engaged. I even looked at our algorithms. We had almost 10,000 people in and out just watching everybody speak today throughout the last 2.5 hours. English and Tigrinya kanizaro bina nihna. You guys can speak in Tigrinya. Tom and Issei, they're going to speak in English for their final thoughts. نحنا اتعلامنا بإنجليش نقبروز ندلي زلنا حدا نت أبدأ الله ات diaspora أبو تعيز الله مهارات يوم زهونة educational anything media platforms, they have to hear our message and what we're trying to do in English. Every day بتقنيا يزارب الله is a good day. Every day نحنا حما يكون نصبوا but come down زبالو down بتعمل زفلت أنا what good is it going to do if we're speaking about it in Tigrinya? We have to be able to share our knowledge, the information, and the plight with the world, and the way we do that is in English. And that's why we came up with this initiative and to do it in English. And we feel it's important to do it in English. Of course, Minalbat, maybe people can do كساتف I كونين يمكن كم زرنا يوت algorithms ممعلتي بزحت سب أساتي فيو, and we appreciate you guys. But how نقدر كردكم زلهم العالم كميو? How does the world move? You know, the world does not move in Tigrinya, unfortunately. I'm sorry. It just moves that way from where we're from, and we can use that. But when it comes to the bigger picture, we definitely need to start communicating in English. And throughout our movement, we have told you guys that, like, let's speak our native language. There are other languages besides Tigrinya who are very aware of that, especially we're learning now in Hina, but we must use international languages to get our point and our messages across, which is why we decided to carry out this initiative today in English, which is one of the first done in English. Everything we've seen, especially since the conflict has taken place, they've all been in Tigrinya. So that's why we did it in English, but from this point on, we will give you guys the courtesy to say how you feel in Tigrinya. I will read the last question and your final thoughts. And Aulos, you may also add your feelings and your sentiments about the woman's role in your final thoughts, if you don't mind that. Okay. So the final question is, since Eritrean independence, we have watched the same man lead for close to 3 decades. We want to be the generation that unites and bring all voices together. Yet to say we want to unite is to everyone is idealistic. However, at this very moment, as the new generation of activists for Eritrea, we felt the sense of urgency to begin this dialogue with the generation before us, our mothers and fathers, such as you all today. Tagadelti, former veterans, ELF and EPLF, you put all your grudges, your affiliations in the past aside, and you're here to focus on the now. And we had wonderful experts as well. So tell us what you guys think are first steps we can take as a new generation in this critical time towards this peace and dialogue effort. Again, not only within our community, but then again, with our Tigrayan brothers and sisters, we share a border with them. We do want to extend it too further into Ethiopia. We must. We're a new generation. You know, we want to work with all ethnic groups. We cannot just stay in our little, cocoon. That's not what we're trying to do. But give us advice, words of wisdom, what we can do within our own community towards this peace and dialogue, and then extending it out into the region. So we can start with Memhad, and then we'll work our way around the circle, and you guys can definitely do it in Tigrinya. Thank you.
Thank you, Diam. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm so happy. You guys are creating a bridge between the new generation and the old generation. We have seen it today. This is the start, and I hope it won't be the end.
Mamhara, you can talk in Tigrinya if you want to. You don't have to talk in English.
Yeah, I will talk in Tigrinya. دحين طرح نتم مساخذ له من البعض كي هلو إلى الذي. Oh, good. صبو. Thank you. أبتنا women قرب كدما دلني يخستاي أبغى خلوه وش قبل مالتي. Women for change. ቅድምሰብ ብዝገበርኩንኦ ኦርጋናይዝ ናይ ምግባር ኣብዚ ሕጂ ደረጃ በፂሕዎ ዘሎ እቲ ቃልሲ ብዙሕ ኮንትሪቢዩት ከም ዝገበርክን እዚ ሕጂ ሎሚ ንሪኦ ዘለና ንባዕሉ ምስክር እዩ ማለት እዩ ቅድምተን ኣዴታትክን ኦርጋናይዝ ኮንክን ናብዚ ምብፃሕክን ንኩሉ ሰብ ኣርኣያ ኮንክን ኣለኹ ማለት እዩ I want to commend you on that ክትቅፅልኦ ከዓ ተስፋ ገብር in fact here and there ከም ተዓንተቦ ኣድያሙ ዝገለፅክዮ ዶክተር ኣማኑኤል እውን ገሊፁ ነይሩ women's organization independent ዝኾነ ይጅምር ኣሎ I'm sure ንስኻትክን ዘለክን ተመክሮ ብብዙሕ ክትሕግዝአን ትኽእላ ንስኻትኩን እውን ካብኣተን ብዙሕ ሃብታም ዝኾነ ተመክሮ ክትረኽባ ትኽእላ ኢኽን ማለት እዩ and continue on that ማለት እዩ ብዝተረፈ እዚ ሕጂ ወለዶ ዘሎ ካብቲ ዝፀንሐ ናይ ፅልኢ ናይ ቅርሕንቲ ወፂኡ ከመይ ገይሩ ናብ ሓዲስ ዝኾነ ኣተሓሳስባ ናብ ሓዲስ ዝኾነ መንገድን ይኸይድ ዝብል ኦልሬዲ ጀሚርኩን ኣለኹን ሎሚ ምሸት ንሪኦ ኣለና ማለት እዩ ብዛዕባ ውግእ ክንሓስብ ከለና ክንሪኦ ዘለና ህዝብና ብሰንኪ ኣብ ደዚ ዘሎ ናይ ኮሮና ወሪድዎ ዘሎ ኣደራዕ ኣብ ምንታይ ይነብር ከም ዘለና ንሪኦ ኣለና በዚ ውግእ እዚ ድማ ሕጂ ቆልዓ ገዲፋ ዝኸደት ወታደር ቆልዓ ሰበይቲ ገዲፉ ዝኸደ ወታደር ደቆም ዝስእኑ ዘለዉ ወለዲ ኣብ ስደት ኣብ ደሓን ቦታ ኣለዉ ክብልዎም ዝፀንሑ ደቆም ጓሎም ሕጂ በዚ ስርዓት እዚ ብዝገበሮ ውግእ ኣብ ሓደጋ ኣትዮም ዝሞቱ ዝተጨውዩ ደቆም ክርድኡ ከለዉ ክሰምዑ ከለዉ ህዝብና ክሳብ ክንደየናይ በዚ ስርዓት እዚ ብተደጋጋሚ ይብደል ከም ዘሎ እቲ ሕጂ ዝድግፍ ዘሎ መሲልዎ እውን እንተኾነ ነዚ ምስ ተረድአ I'm sure ናብ ልቡ ዝምለስ ብዙሕ ሰብ ክህሉ እዩ ማለት እዩ እዚ ወለደ እዚ ሕጂ ካብዚ ፅልእን ቅርሕንትን ወፂኡ ከምዚ ጀሚርኩሞ ዘለኹም ክትቅፅልዎ ምስ ከማኹም ዝመሰሉ መንእሰያት ብቋንቋኹም ዝዛረቡ ክትረዳድኡ ትኽእሉ ነዚ ከተስፍሕዎ እዚ within Eritrean diaspora ኣብዚ ዝተወለድኩም ማለት እዩ ካብኡ ሓሊፍኩም እውን ምስ ከባቢ ዘለዎ መስቲ ኣብ ዞናና ዘሎ ዓድታት ኩሉ unfortunately ብሰንኪ ናይ ኣብን ኢሳያስን ዝወሰድዎ ኣብ ምንታይ ኩነታት ከም ዘሎ ንሪኦ ኣለና ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ንስኻትኩም ፊቸር ናይ መጻኢ ኢኹም ማለት እዩ ኣብ ኤርትራ ይኹን ኣብ ኢትዮጵያ ይኹን ሶማሊ ይኹን ኣብ ካሊእ ይኹን so you have to reach ነቶም ከምኡ ዝኣመሰሉ ከመትካትኩም ዝኣመሰሉ reach out ክትገብርዎምን ዲያሎግ ክትገብሩን ክትዘራረቡን እዚ እንድሕር ገይርኩም እቲ ናህና ጀነሬሽን እውን ክቕየር እዩ ማለት እዩ ንሕና ዘለና ግዜ ብዙሕ ኣይኮነን ንስኻትኩም ፊቸር ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ንኻልኦት እውን ፓርቲሲፔት ዘይገበሩ ዘለዉ ኣብዚ ሓዊስኩም ክትቅፅልዎን ክትበርትዑን የዝመኽረኩም ማለት እዩ thank you
Thank you very much, Mamhare. And as you said, yes, we are beginning this type of initiative, but it's a team effort. So نحن نعهدكم حيزنا إنا أبوتاتنا ناديتاتنا حيزنا إنا كم زعين الصراحة كنسرح كل جزء على السوشيال ميديا حدا جزء أو نحن من إسي نحن نفلت إنا يسمعيه. But at the end of the day, it doesn't work that way. Life doesn't happen that way. You know, my mom gave birth to me. I just gave birth, right? So yes, we are capable of leading. Yes, we are capable of making things happen, but we have to do it cohesively as a team and unit. And we're doing that now. Okay. So next, I guess we can go to Paulos. Thank you.
Paulos, you're muted.
Paulos, are you there?
There you go.
Well, መጀመሪያ ናይ ደቂ ኣንስትዮ نادك إنستيو ترى نادك إنستر أقداسي سلزخونة بستيتنا حقوسانا مانيل تبق محبر راديو قطرة راديو معناته نادك إنستيو محبر تنكأي بزح حلفنا كم زلوا نبوزح عينات دك إنستيو كحق زلوا إيو جن انتهت مزيا أقدسنت ناي محبر نادك إنستيو محبر build مقبارن strengthen مقبارن I'm sorry كنتو حاوسة معناته بإنجليزي نوتس لازم صدقوا بتعمي أقداسيو ناي جزار صن نادك إنستيو محبر مجمرة كتجبر عليك أو solidarity زي كنا سي ناب solidarity كيدو إلا تعرف solidarity مسمن مسكالوت محبر دك نستيو مسكالوت بعلامة سامعو دك تبعتيو مزاوشتي ناي إرتوان كله كابي إرتوان وزاي أبتريجن أقداسيو international أقداسيو هذا نقدر كم إرتوان كفلت أزرنا بزعبا كربنا وبهلي روح نقدر كتخونو نحنا كم إرتوان كم إيش هجر أب حنتي تراي كن حس قريبنا إثيوبيا ضباك نحسب كن كلا لنا أو إثيوبيا نوسعت اللو أو إثيوبيا وانت على اللو أو إثيوبيا كمان از مسلو اللو السودان أقداسيو في أكابينا عفشة أقداسيو ناي السودان دك إنستيو لو تخم نمسا رينايو نتي ناي بروفيشنالز محور أفتيك متنورة السودان دك إنستيو كأتن كرمات رازيكونس مسأتن كنسرح كم إتراوان دك إنستيو كم إتراوان فارسكا كا نايدك إنستيو ترايزيكوني مستقبل تاعتيو خنسرح علنا كتبر لك قلت تاي تحتز مس تعنن تبعتيو كمتي كل زين ريو نسمعو كلازي أتن كأزيكونسي جنتر سنسيتيف زخانو جزارسوم جسجستي زخانو كم محزوتن كم آلايسن كل صور الله هذيك نسيو محور باسيو كلير زخانو أجندها كله الله متخب مكابتر هيكونا إتي أجندها كتكبر زخل كون الله سفح أجندا جبر كاليو أو جبر خاي كتكبر خاليو لذي step by step عينت كنا حسب كن كلا لنا إتي نوصدو الثاني إتي نوصدو برنامجات تجلسي أبكري بترجم كون اللولنا كنا حسب لنا معناته أبجبر خاطر نعمل أبجبر خاطر نبادل بالكاتخيل زي تجورو أبي أجندة تجبرك كويت مهرنها تدي تجورها كتباسو شو إخا لذي كم مخانا الله مانتي أوشت محبر ذاك نسيو سنت أقداسيو أنزيو قداسيو معناته السرعات infiltrate قبريت محبرات نادك نسيهون ما كله بعلفي نادك نسيو محبرات محبر حيال كون كم سؤال سلاز فلت بورت خرك كم سؤال سلاز فلت بمصر رتخو عندك نسيو حيالات معنا سلاز فلت infiltrate كجبر إيو زي مصباي الله كالأي زيد اللي أرستات أو أخبا يلعل جزء يوسد عمي يوسد إذا كتبي لنا تمرتي كله مسرحي كله بتحرقن infiltration كل يوم نعم تنقع لنا بتحرقن كا أوشتنا مسحاب كمار استمر على جزء مدفع كل أخذ مرحلة أقدر سنة كلت عامي أقدر سخون أتي توصدو أجندة نادك نستيو بعبي وكاي خون بري نادك نستيو تراي خون يقولون كون لعلي خيط كلالو كتري لكن كتأمنها لكن زخونة injustice أب زخونة بوتا مجمرة نقول نسيتي تقول نا إرترا تراي كنا نا كابنا نا كل أمر علمون زخونة زي فتحوت نجر أنت رينا تهسه مجمرة منها قول نسيتي سانديا أدي سانديا بعد بيت سانديا حاوقفت أما ودعتها لازم دك نستيو حاسيو إلنا كنا أمن علنا بتنا دك نستحاسبها إن جالس كتير على خن زيا كتكوني بالله زيا كنت أورا يبلنا معناته هذا injustice هذا family تحاسيو family تودع حراسب أكلني مالتيو لذيذ أقداسي يخون مالتيو professional associations كلوكن أدلاي مثلني حقايم اللوانا إنجنيرات اللوانا ممهران اللوانا أو IT اللوانا consultants اللوانا lawyers اللوانا من نتكا أو إمكا بحنسا تسرحلو تقبر كاوين صبويو ببي بلتتكا لبع عمها ببي عودها تسرحكا حيالنا دك نسيب محاورات كون خيليو زجن تفلالها حمدلك هتنبر زي كونسي كميركا توهاد تاسفلو داري تتبهال أو تمت والدي يعني دك نسيب خوينا أبتي نمود أتا إزمن إسي صحابكن مالتيو كوانا كابتوم تقادلتي نايقدم فوليات مهانكم كتأمنوا عليكم إذا مالت زقن إتي نسأل الزمسة تولدي إتي هاجر ذركبه تولدي كنا على مالتها كنا زي بحال تمكرو على تأليسو مرير زي حليفو نسألت أمسيو كذا كنا في هاجر هيو زي أجر خبر على جن تي نسألت كنا مس جبرنايو عينت كالسي الميثودولوجي والميثود الجبر نحجي أكوني زي حليفيو تي هنا تتأمنا له نسألت نمسع حرنت الممسع كون نوت المتوين نيرو جن اتجابب نايكونات تجابب ناي عنوات ينيرو زي أجابب زي حجي أسرحنيو منات حجي زعما أنتنا هنزرب زعبا ديمقراطي زعبا لمعت ديمقراطي and development زيتي أبي بوتا تاس development بالكلنا بجد development participatory هو development مريحنت يفتر development أصيبنا عن رأيه سفي حولنا ديمقراطي تمثل ديمقراطي development بحال بزح كتعت يكايديو بحاور زخيديو انت بقى ديمقراطي زي اللي كله خلديو نوزحات حتى تقبرخو اليوم نوزحات وجن كدكي مالتيو تعانت هاجر حزنا تعاجن هاجر تالفنا حنبيل الناس لذي كلتيو كبي زخونه تحلال خير قال سي زكايد لذي تي ميثودولوجيها تي نتقمون لغاو كان بينيو ديمقراسي ديفلوبمنت زوانزي ناي تكنولوجي اوانيو ناي فلطت اوانيو ناي بوليتيكا اوانيو ناي دبلوماسي اوانيو كمون كونستراكتيف هانات زخونه ضمنهات مسرتلو اوانيو ريسورس زلو اوانيو كوفي كاب غزا حوين فولتو كمبيوتر زي بحالي سلازي تنقوبرو انتايو كنفلت بخاميو كنفلت أبينا هات ريسورس كنروحو كنفلت أقداسيو لذي الزمن إسي أب حدا فولي كنتات أقداس كنتات exciting كنتات يزلو جن تقامولو تقولوا لكم تقامولو تقلال لك أماني إلي ونيل ويو حقوسا وين لاتيا تفاقور وين تفاقور أمسوري وين يلويو نحنا نركبكم علينا جن قلمناكم ملتا يكون علينا احتوتنا تطوعنا جن دقفتنا احنا لذي نزيب قمت اتناو أزيو هابتام تموكرو أزيو هابتام دليت أزيو نو أدمت دفعنا ذهل كنا تاسلزلو كم زمان نمساكم معنا أنيلي كم زهاك أصل تصفى قبر. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paulos, on all your feedback. Thank you so much. It's an Kato Mokoro, but like and we're very grateful for it. We want to learn a lot from you, and we're really appreciative of it. And especially your stand during this conflict has been very clear. Again, as a new generation of activists, we look around, we watch interviews, we see who's saying what. And it's like Memher said, those that are silent, we see you guys too. Those that are hiding, we see you guys too. And you were one of the ones that were not silent and said, we must stand with our Tigrayan brothers and sisters in this moment. And we appreciate you for that. And you are a hero. Thank you, Paulos. So next, we will go to Hagosa.
Thank you.
Hagosa, Natki, final thoughts. It's Natki Rito, Kansam Aki, Naimach Arasha. Thank you.
Thank you, Adiam. Thank you, كلكم. طبعا معلتوا وعيلنا أما جرشتها خمس بس إحنا. ناي إيرترا نجرسي أنا سبك حدا جزين بيني كون كله وي كم قال ذكره خلص. نوس وقف أقرب عزوز تبع أسوان ذكرهم. نوس وقف كود كهلا الذكر. نوس وقف زنبرني قبل سي إيرترا نجر مس أنمو تملي سحاز حق سبا فقد ودق أفقد ودف أفقد وكل نجر زخون دلنا يتحسس بني زي صحاتكم كم زجيركم تخندانان معباينان أبدأ قدر سب في الله أبزي فرحلو أب مرج از قبر العدي مرج از يبلنا دارعي أب حكمنا زلو عد خلو حكمنا نداس عن خلو سب أب بيت فردن حقن بوليسن بسنة سرعات نعوم دا قلقلهم زلو عد ندا تقوموتو كوم نداس عن خلو أب عدنا أب زمت أف خونو زي مخالو التي إرتراو زيغا أنا بتعمي دسمعني أمها خطعل كلها بقلة قاتم كخا حوام سوق خمزلوهم حوام تقادالاي خمزلوهم حوام تأثيرو خمزلوهم كل نجر خمزلوهم نجرها أب أخيبا حراي إسكي كل سبس بحنت معلت ولا أب حنتي جزاك سعد تصبنا أبي سنين واحد ويقال عدتات كل إرتراو قل أب تدمس خصم على الجزية دمس ده يسمعوا أم زحلافيت هيوت بيناي كم نتفق زي نفلت هيوتنا أنا بتعمي إن زي حزب إرترا نتي سق إلو زرقين وي بتعمي حنت نجر كجبر له نزي أب وشت تعرفين زلوا سب زي ما قالوا أنا بتعمي سمعني بقى كابتم تستسووا كابتم بزح نجر زحلفوا مساي زنور تقالت العلي نايز حجي سأل مقبرنا سأنا بحدا مسئنا انتاي نقبر رهوا ركب قالوا كيبلنا دايما بالو زي حزب إرترا أنا بتعمي سمعني السخم تسمعكم تاخد قبركم زلكم زمن إسات كم زجيركم كتقربوا خلهم كا بتعم تسفى قبر يحقوس تسفاهم زلواني إرترا تقصلكم زخونت كم زندابلت حنت معلتها من واحد حصر تسبز دليو دلو تخم زجير عفوس إيد الزارة ونجز إيد أطفال زلون وخون كم زخلكا تسفى قبر دس بلنا مالتي بزخوني عبتي ناي دك أنستيو بتعمي نقر مجدي نخلو عبز بدقة عزبنا دلو سب بصبق أكايدا حقن تمسريتو كم زولو بزناي وانا زبل محبر دك أنستيو قجلس فوتو إذا كله زحاب كان حبريتها I hope تن كلن أكيد زلوان إتن كل جزيرة إيتون حطنا بأخي بعد الساعة فخمسة خماي كأ نتزحاب كان معدو أبجبر خنو علو تسفاي جبر سمعن تليخن إتن دي تساتف كن كأ كفت سلازخوني تساتف كن بتحقون بتأكايدون محبر دك أنستي إرترا نعانا راح نقلقلو زي كونس نحاجرنا ونوالتهم كونا ندقنا زطفق دلون كندحن عدخوينا مولاد راح زي كونس سيف كنكونهم بصبق عابيكم مهارو أبعدنا زلو ندقنا سلازخون كنسرطو سلازلنا تنزي وصاخن كتوصا تنزي تساتفن كتساتفا بز زهبنا دلو دق تبعتيو حج خمس حج نغرنا صنحي باولوس كله استات اندا جبرنايو نخنكيد بخمس مسارات كاب غزا خنس كتبلا خمس زي بلكن ناي قالن السيت حيلس قليل كم زي كوني وصا صعابو نتو غداي رؤيو كاب حجنينو اب غزانا خوفاينبل حزبنا طفالو حزبنا بزح ነገር ካብ ዝደገደሎ ሰብ ሓገዝ ዝደልሎ ትምባል መፍትሒ ኣይኮነን ትምባል ሓጢያት እዩ ኣብ ርእሲ ህዝቢ ኤርትራውያን ኮ ምግባርናውን በተክስያን መኻድ ወይ ካልእ ስቕ ስለ ዝበልካ ሓጢያት ደይብልካ ጌርካ እንተን ሓስባልና ኮይና ኣነ ብወገኔ ስቕ ክንብል የብልናን እየ ዝብል በቃ ንንእሽተይ ዓቕምና ክንወፍለና ይብል ብኸምኡ መሰረት ቃ እቶም ደቅና ኣብ ከምዚ ደይ ይሳተፉ ከነሳትፎም እዚ ሰሚዕ ክንኦ ደለኽን ከዓ ክሰምዑ ከም ዘለዎም ክወርስዎ ከም ዘለዎም ከምዚ ጀሚሮሞ ዘለዉ ኩሎም ዘመን እስያት ደቅና ወለዶ ከዓኒ ከተስምዖኦም ከተስዕብኦም ኣዴታት ኣቦታት ከዓ ይላቦ ኣብዚ ናይ ትግራይ ዘሎ ኩነታት ኣትየ ክዛረብ እንተደኣ ኮይነ ከዓኒ እንታይ ድበሃል ጭሕምኻ ክላፀስ ጭሕሚ ጎረቤትካ ማያ ተርክስ ገለገለ ዝበሃል ምስል ኣሎ ሎሚ ንዕኦም ዝኩሉ ዝድወርዶም ደሎ ዓገብ እንተደኣ ዘይልና ምስ ሓቂ ዘላይ ትፈትሖ ኮይና ጠጠው እንተደኣ ደይልና ፅባሕ ንጎ ከዓ ናባና እዩ ገለገለ ሰብ ግን ጓል መንገዲ እንዳውፅአ ነቲ ሰናይ ተግባራት ነቲ ፅቡቅ ኣካይዳ ወይ ከዓ ሓሳባት ደምፅእ ሰብ እንታይ ይብሎ ፅባሕ ንጎኮ ኣይናሃናኒ ፅባሕ ንጎኮ ከምዚ ኖ ትግራይ ኣብቲ እዋን ቃልሲ ኣነ ኣብ ድኾነ ሕጂ ብሰዓት እዚ ክድግፎም ከለኹ እንድሕር ክምልስ ኮይነ ዋላ ይራኸብ እንዴ ምስ ትግራዎት ይኹን ሕጂ ምስ ኤርትራውያን ይኹን ዝኾነ ነገር ክዛረብ ከለኹ ኣነ ከም ኣነ እንታይ ይብል ኣነ ኣብዚ ሰዓት እዚ ትግራይ ተወሪራ እያ ደላ ኣይወረረት ትግራይ ከማና ደገ ወፂኦም ደቆም ኣሰዊኦም ዝረኸብዋ ክብረትን ልእላውነትን ስኢኖማ እዮም ደክስእንዋ እሞኻ ብዘይ ገለ ዕላማ ብዘይ ገበርዎ ሓደ ነገር ባዕልና ክንመሓደር ኢና ስለ ዝበሉ እዩ እዚ ኩሉ ዝድወርዶም ደሎ መሓደሩ ተደኣልይዎ ዝጎደሎም ተደኣልዮም ኣብ ጣውላ ኮፍ ኢሎም ዳኣሽግሮም ክፈትሑ ኣለዎም እምበር ሰብ እንዳቀተልካ ሰላማዊ ህዝቢ እንዳፅነትካ ኣዴታትን ኣርጉታታትን ቆልዑን እንዳጥፋእኻ ዘርኢ እንዳጥፋእኻ نزمت زولو فتح ويكأني مخبار حجزو بلا أبي حق يكونه إذا استحاول أسكاي بفلاي بعين دقفتينا زوبلو سبات كريم كله خاني بقى ويانا أفيان لمي عنا عناكو ولا حنت نقرت قبر لنا نقري لنا إرتراينا اتزاي كون مرقص وسيدكا كم حنت عنقفات كوينات كان زنبرت غير كان مزرع نهزبي مدنقار طرحيزي بفلاي نعاي سلام سلف موصاي كا كم زدبلكم تግራይ مساي ተጋዲሎም مساي ተሰዊኦም ንናጽነቶም ኢሎም ሕጂ ኸዓ ንምዕባለ እንዳኸዱ ከለዉ ኸዓ በኣብን ብናይ ኢሳያስን ቅርሕንቲ ዶባ የድልየናኒ ሕጂ ናይ ዶባ ኣይኮነን ፀገምና ኢሉ ባዕሉ እንታይ ደኣን መጀመርታ ጌም ኦቨር እንዳለ ኣቃጭጭሎም መጀመርታስ ናይ ስኒት ወይ ናይ ድሌት ድኾነ ነገር ኣይርኡይን እዮም ነይሮም ነዚ ንምኹናን ንዓይ ወያነ ክገብረና ኣይክእልን ወይ ከዓ ዜግነት ኤርትራውነት ክሕድገና ኣይክእልን እሞ እዞም ንኣሽቱ እዚ ኩሉ ህዝቢ ኤርትራ ኣንጻር ዓመፅ ኣንጻር ወፅዓ እንድሕር ንሕና ፍትሒ ሓቂ ፅቡቕ ነገር እንደሊ ኮይና እቶም ጎረቤትና ኸማና ምሳና ተጋዲሎም ከምዚ ዘምፅኡ ኣብዛ ሰዓት እዚኣ ፅብቕቲ ይኮነትን ክንብል ኢና ከምኡ እንተበልናሃ ዝሓሸ እዩ ኮይኑ ስማዓናይ ኩሉ ሰብ ኣነ ብወገኒ ከምኡ እየ ዝብል ዘለኹ ክጭፍጨፉ የብሎምን ክርገፁ የብሎምን ብዘርኢ ክጠፍኡ የብሎምን እየ ዝብል ጥሪ ኢለ ከዓ ነምሓራ ኸይደ እዝን ኣይብልን ያኔ ነቲ ዝግፋዕን ብጭኮን እንደሎ ሰብ ግን ክጭኮን የብሉን ክግፋዕ የብሉን ክቕተል የብሉን ክብል እየ ገለ ንኤርትራ መወፅና ክንኣቱ ኢና ከምዚ ክንገብርና ስለ ዝበሉ ከዓ ንብሙልኦም ሓደ ምሓራይ ከምኡ ክብል ስለ ዝሰማዕኽዎ ወላ ሓደ ክልተ ከምኡ ወላ ሚእታት ይኹኑ ንብሙሉእ ህዝቢ ኣምሓራ ክጠፍእ ክፀንት ኣንጻሩ ኮይነ ጠጠው ክብልካ ኣይደልን ምክንያቱ ደላይት ፍትሒ ደላይት ሰላም እየ ብከምዚ መሰረት ርኢናዮ እንተኸድና ኤርትራውያን ዝሓሸ መስለን እስኹም ከዓ እዞም ወለዶ እዚኦም ነዚ ጀሚርኩሞ ዘለኹም ፅቡቕ ወይ ከዓ ሰናይ ዝኾነ ተግባራት ስለ ዝኾነ ምዝ ሕጂ ደሎ ወለዶ ካብዚያ ሕጂ ዘለኹማ ኣትሒዝኩም እንዳ ናይ ፍቕርን ናይ ስኒትን ናይ ምትሕግጋዝን ጌርኩሞ ክትከዱ ይላበወኩም ፅቡቕ ተግባራት ትገብሩ ኣለኹም ኣጀኹም ኣብ ጎንኹም ኣለኹ ካልእ ንእግሪ መገደይ እዚ ኩሉ ሰብ ኣነ ምስ ከምዚ ውድብ እየ ኣነ ምስ ከምዚ ክብሉ ከለዉ ደስ ዝብለኒ ንሕና ኤርትራውያን ኣብ ሰዓት እዚ እንታይ ተሪፍና ከም ዘሎ ኩሉ ሰብ ይዝቃወም ኣብ ገዝኡ ግን ከ ምስ ሓንቲ ውድብ ባዕላ መፅያ ክትወስደና ጥራሕ ዘይኮነት እተን ውድባት ካብቲ ኢንተርቪው ምግባራት ካልእ ዓይነት ወፅአን እዝን ይሕግና ኩሉ ሰብ ኣብ ትሕቲ ሓደ ውድብ ክኸውን ከሎስ ነቲ ስራሕ ምፀፈፈ ምሰለጠ ኢሎም ተዝጉስጉስናስ ንእግሪ መገደይ እያ እዚኣ ይቕሬታ ፅቡቕ ኮይኑ ይስማዓኒ ኩሉ ሰብ ኣብ ነፍሱ ወከፍ ኣብ ትሕቲ ዝኾነት ውድብ ኣትዩ እዚኣ ናተይ እያ ክብል እንተዝኽእል እቲ ኣብ ዩቱብ እንዳወፀ መን ይዋንኡ ዘይፍለጥ ፍንጭራዕ ክብል ዝውዕል ደሎ ዕድል ኣይምረኸበ እንታይ ደኣ ክንኸውን ኣለና ንቃወም ጥራሕ ምስ መን ከም ዘለና ይንፈልጥን ኣበይ ከም ዘለና ይንፈልጥን ኣብ ምንታይ ደረጃ በፂሒሉ ተቃውሞ ደንበ ይንፈልጥን እንታይ ደኣ እቲ ሕማቕ ሰብ ብዛዕባ ውድባት ደናኣሰ ብዛዕባ ውድባት ኣበራት ክነግፍ ወይ ክዛረብ ዝወዓለ ናቱ ሰሚዕና ንዕ እንጃጅ ንገብረ ንእተውን እሞ ኣብ ትሕቲ ኩለን ውድባት እሞ ንኹን ጠርናፍን ሓላፍን እሞ ይሃልወና በብትተዋሃበና ዕማም ከዓ ስራሕና ከነስልጥ ወይ ከዓኒ ነቶም ከም ንፋስ ወይ ከዓ ለኣኺኦም ወዳቢኦም ዘይፍለጥ ብዛዕባ ሓድነት ናይ ኤርትራን ሃይማኖታትን ቤተክርስትያናትን ካልእን ሙሉእ መዓልቲ እዚ ኣውራጃታትን ክዛረብ ዝውዕል ደሎ ሰብ ቦታ ኣይክረክብን ሓደ ኣብ ውድባት ተደኣኣትዩ ክምዕድወዮም ከኣልይወዮም ከረድእወዮም እሱ እውን መንገዱ ነቲ ዝሓለፈ የቕሬታ ኢሉ ዋላ ካይበለ ትኺሉ ክኸይድ እዩ እቲ ኣብ ዋላ ሓደ ዘየላ ከዓ ንዋላ ሓደ ሰብ ፅልዋ ኣይክሕድርን ኢለ ይሓስብ ኣነ ኩልኻ ህዝቢ ኤርትራ ተቃወሙ ደንበ ትበሃል ግን እዘን ውድባት ክንብል የብልና ካብ ሕጂ ኢኖ ኣብ ነፍሲ ወከፍ ውድባት ኣቲና ንዓኣተን እንዳሓገዝና ከመይ ኮይነን ክኸዳ ከም ዘለዎን እንዳኸድና ምስተን ካብ ካልኦት ውድባት ከዓ እንዳተራኸብና ብሓንሳእ ክንሰርሕ ንኽእል ኢና ንባዕልና ጥራሕ ተቃዋማ እየ እንዳበልና ንኸይድ ተኮይና ግን ዘድመፀ ማዕበል كشبنا إمو أب حدا نجر كأخن بس حين الناس أخن حزب إرترا نقر مجدية محلالفة نسخاتكم كأ أب حدا ترنفات مخانكم تمن إسيات أو دبات ديكونكس أمناتكم تأمنوا له تخميك تكودكم زلكم كأب حدا ترنافة مسيخو حدا عينت الرأية أب أخيباكم مدام دنتا بسيحكم توصلوا لهم ما نمسب أما أخلكم آتيو ندحرت بقصوكم يلون كل نسمعن يغني لي.
Very good, thank you. I guess Dr. Amanio, you want to give your final thoughts, and then Mamhare wants to say goodbye, and then the team wants to actually give their final thoughts if you guys don't mind. We have not too much time left, so we want to wrap it up. Dr. Amanio, go for it, and then Mamhare, and then the team. So let's do it.
يغني لي أديام زحرزهم أركانات أحوات كتزارب كبيد انديو بين كلتنا نجارات راح أسمر قبل لنا إذا ما حبرنا إذا كنا سياق نريان كلنا هجي حدش كم زجمر زلوا بزحت مكروهم زي يقولوا بزح نجارات لزلوا كم تبوتاتنا نديتاتنا ندبلو سن دمسي طفاي تبلوني خاتو حتو دا يمزبلو ስለዚህ ስርሓ ከለኸን ፀገማት ክመፅእ ከም ዘይ ሓው ጳውሎስ ኩሎ ፀንሐ ኩሉ ግዜ እቲ ዘመፀ ፀገማት ይህን ምሂን ኢልካ ምፍታሕ ዳ እምበሪ ከምዛ ናይ ቀደም ተመኮርናያ ሓንቲ ትኸውን ድሓር ክልተ ድሓር ኣርባዕተ እናበልካ ከይትኸውን እዚኣ ሓንቲ ከመጠንቀቕታ ክወስዳ ይደሊ ምክንያቱ ክሰርሕ ከለኻ ናይ ሓሳባት ፍልልያት ክህሉ ባህርያዊ እዩ ኣብ ሓደ ህርመት ክትመፅእ ከለኻ ሙዚቃ ክሰምዕ ከለኻ ንክልተ ሰባት መተና ኣብ ሓደ ክመፁ ህረም ብሎሞ تيم سبلا شعوب حدا قنيت مسمته كسرح ስለዚህ ስጋ በሓደ قنيت ትመጻ ተጻዋዊርካ ተኻኢልካ ምኻድ አገዳሲ ሓደ ካልኣይቲ ኸኣ ምንባብ ማለት እንታይ ማለት እዚ ሕጂ እቶም ከምታ ጳውሎስ ብዙሕ ተስፋ ተቂቱ ተዛሪባ ነይሩ ክንናበብ ክንክእል ኣለና ብዙሓት ማሕበራት ክመጻይና ናይ ደክንስ ዝበሃል ክመጽ ከመይ ጌርካ ክሰርሕ እቲ ዘስራሕካ ነጥቢ 5 4 ولا 3 እንትኾነ ቡ ጀሚርካ ልክዕ ከም ቢልዲንግ ብሎክ ከም ናይ እምንኹርና عنا ገበርካ እና ኣስርካ እንተ ኸይድካ ولا ሓንቲ ፀገማት የብሉን ስለዚህ ዘን ክልተ ነጥብታት እዚኣተን ምስ ግዜ ምስ ታይም ኢንተረስት ብዙሕ ካልእ ክዛረባ አይደለን ድሕሪ በዓል ጳውሎስ ድሕሪ በዓል ሓውትና ዳ ሰብዓ ዲ ክነርካ ሓቀ ገጽኩ ሓድሽ ኣይኮነን I don't know حقوسا بذحري ممهرت مزراف
عند سبعة برجير نيرة 7 حدا بزي براجيت عند 7 حدا نيرة سؤال مجمع رئيس راح نيرو مرحبا أنا حدش عارف كله
ما عايز أنا عايز سعكني خبر عايز فلتين بحسب من نيرة عند 7 نيرة أنا سلذ خوك لا عند 7 أنا ملكت حلافي نيرة عند 7 مش فيليبوس بحسب نيرة كوتا درابة صحفت متى خم حليبت anyway نحن كلام معلت كلهم دي قنقص ذاكرة لذلله ذاكرة له نحني لازم تاي خبر دليل له سي دحرزي أركانات مزراب كبيت لذهونه زي أسوي تبل قطع في تحيش كلمه يغني لنا كبرتي هابلنا زمن أسيات مجمرة إزي الله شيشاي الله بركتنا نبذلنا نحن أبزوان زي خمتي زبهال عبيتو خينا هاي زي ايتو غورو زي اخ ايتو دغوموا بزي اخ اخيدو كنبدي تعرفنا دلموني زخونه ነገር كحجز دخل انتلي خوينو كل غزي اغودنكم علينا بشوخا يوقاهم يقنيلنا
Mamhad, your closing remarks, then we're going to head over to Mikal and wrap this up. Thank you, Dr.
هراي يقنير لي انا حال زوم ميتينغ الله نحجي 7 تجمر just thank you كبلي لتملي مالتي حونا باولوس دكتور عمالير كلكم حقوسا همون دقنا يقنرنا نتي بفلاي صحاتكم كخمز غيركم كنرحب سلازغوركمنا بفلاي غنا حونا باولوس كم مجمرت زخناتات مش جمره جميركا تصحفو زنبركا بزعبا زي كنات مخنان اب قدني تيوت حزبي دو مبالك بتعمي زدنا thank you دما نتو تقول زلها كله أبركوتو ከምኡውን ዶክተር ኣማኒኤል ኣብዚ ሶሻል ሜድያ ብዙሕ ኢና ንከታተለካ ትገብሮ ዘለኻ ኣስተዋፅኦ ትምህርቲ ብጣዕሚ ብፍላይ ነዚ ሓድሽ ጀነሬሽን ብጣዕሚ ዝነኣድ ዝድነቕ እዩ ማለት እዩ ብዛዕባ ድላይነት ናይ ደቂ ኣንስትዮ ማሕበር ምቋሙን ዝሃብካዮ ብዙሓት ደቂ ኣንስትዮ ከም ዝጥቀማሉ ኣምነ ኣብ ብዙሕ ከተማታት ከምኡ ናይ ምንቅስቓስ እየን ዘለዋ ማለት እዩ ምናልባት ናትካ ኤክስፐርትስ እውን ደልያ ኮና እሞ ቴንኪዩ ክብለኩም ደሊ ሓጎሳ ከዓ ናይ ባዓቂ ሓፍትና ሓጎሳ ተሓጒሰ ደኽብል ብጣዕሚ ናይ ባሓቂ ሃብታም ዝኾነ ተመክሮ እዩ ዘለክ ማለት እዩ ኣምሹር ነዘን ደቅና ኢንስፓየር ከም ትገብርየን ንፍለጥ እየ ማለት እዩ ምስቲ ኩሉ ዘለኪ ተመክሮ ማለት እዩ ክትድግፍየን ኣጆኽን ክትብልየን ክትመኽርየን ድማ ተስፋ ገብር ንኩልኩም ደቅና ከዓ ቴንኪዩ ክብለኩም ደሊ ናብ ካሊእ ሚቲንግ ኣለሃኒ ሰላም ቅንያት
Mamhare, before you leave, thank you for everything. It's not just me. On behalf of like everybody in this movement, Mamhad, you've organized, led, paperwork, finance, fundraising from A to Z for decades on end. Mamhad has put in so much work. There's nobody else that I would rather be next to Mamhad than you. And it's not even enough. What is it called? Mamagosi? Like you are just a good-hearted Eritrean who's fought for your nation. You want the new generation to be a voice. You've raised a wonderful son who's an attorney now. You're just above, I don't know. There's no words. I have no words, Mamhare. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Adiamina. Thank you so much. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, Mikal, go for it. Final thoughts.
Awesome. Okay. Well, first, I want to say thank you to Adiam and Mark for creating this awesome platform to have a healthy dialogue, and to Naomi, I really enjoyed working with you on this team. But for the rest of the panelists that are still here and the ones who have left, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. It's not lost on me the years of blood, sweat, and tears that went into the wisdom that you're giving us so easily today on Zoom. So thank you. As first generation Americans, it's easy to feel lost when attempting to move through the world with our various identities. And it's overwhelming and discouraging to think of our family members and our brothers and sisters abroad and wondering when our country will see peace. But it is our responsibility to stand in solidarity and fill in the gaps of what we can't reconcile through cross-generational and cross-cultural dialogue like the one that we had here today. So we can be mindful of the media that we're consuming and the sources and the intention behind the messaging that is being shared. So as long as we keep uplifting healthy dialogue like the one that we had here today and ignore the divisive rhetoric that is being carelessly spread on social media, we can take the wisdom that we gained here and learn where our society has been so we can imagine where we can go. So thank you so much.
Very nice. Okay, Naomi.
Sorry, I was on mute. So obviously I want to thank everybody who has been here today for participating in this very informative and amazing panelist discussion. As an Eritrean-American born here, I was privileged to be born here. However, in that privilege, I also sacrificed growing up in our homeland, right? And because of that, not growing up in our homeland, I never really understood the humanitarian crisis really firsthand. So I joined the initiative with Mark and Adiam and Mikhail to really involve myself and help in any way I could. How little it might be, it still makes a huge difference. And because when our people suffer back home, we suffer here still. And so I'm really thankful to be here today. And I know it's been a very long 4-hour conversation, but it's been super insightful. And thank you all for staying awake and being alert. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
You made our day.
Okay, Mark Goitom.
All right. I just want to echo the same sentiments of thankfulness to the elders that have joined us today and shared the wisdom with us and let us know that we are on the right track and that you guys are by our side. It means a lot coming from you guys who have so much wisdom and experience. So thank you very, very much for that. I have a little statement that I just want to go into real quick. So let me move this a little bit to the side. Okay. Today, Africans in the Horn have been incentivized more clearly than ever before to come together. We have tried to live in competition with one another, and it continues to fail us all. To be completely honest, as an African, I am embarrassed to see old divide and conquer tactics continue to be effective in achieving disunity and destabilization amongst our people in 2020. Dictators and neo-colonialists play us like pieces on a game board, and we continue to allow it. There needs to be a stronger emphasis on the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is that someone other than African people always benefit when we fight and kill one another. And I have one suggestion to make to our people, especially those born and raised in the diaspora who are struggling to find truth and unbiased sources in these challenging times. If you find that a person is telling you about the situation back home or about our history in general and is identifying one group of African people as the root of the problem, or even if their version of what is wrong leads you to have hate or disdain for another group of African people, or maybe has you believing that you are superior to that other group, simply based on your ethnicity, religion, or region, I want you to know, or I want you to have the very basic fundamental understanding that this person is wrong. But what makes it challenging is that sometimes this person may be a family member or even a parent. So I'm not asking that you distance yourselves from these people physically, but instead, I just want you to know that our problems are much deeper than that. And we must always focus on who actually benefits from us hating one another. No one group of African people could ever benefit from the extermination of another group of African people. But there are outside players who do benefit from that. Therefore, it is absolutely imperative that we focus on how we build solidarity, respect, and love for one another. And that is where our focus must remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. It's very, very well stated. Okay. Thank you, Mark, my partner, my brother in this mission. I want to thank again the panelists for being with us today, and my sisters Naomi and Mikal, my baby sisters, for doing your part, not just sitting around. You wanted to serve. You want to give back. They want to help. They say we want to do something, and when somebody says they want to give back and they want to do something, it's an honor. We should encourage them, and we should want to help them. And Hagosa and Alos, Dr. Mani El Mimher, Dan, Dr. Hepner, and Pam, and Lucia, even though she was not feeling good today, all of them encouraged us. And they said, Adiamina, Adjoki, Abgonuhum Alana, and we will support you in this initiative for peace and dialogue. And before I say something, I want to also thank our parents. I think it's also very important to thank them because they basically invested this type of thinking in us. They're the ones that push us to say, yes, help others, think outside of yourselves, and Stefanos Kaleta, Haywan, Johannes, Daniel, and Gannett, and Beletzet, and Berhane, and Haile Rufael, and Buri Masfin. These parents here, every night they saw us, we're not sleeping, we're at all, day and night, trying to do something, trying to do our part. I think I saw a lot of Eritreans throughout this current conflict be in denial. We had meetings where people told me not to take a side and said, well, we don't know for sure about Eritreans' role in this, or our Eritrean brothers and sisters. It's a harsh reality. It's a tough pill to swallow. Tigrayans are dying, Oromos are dying, we see Benshangul are dying, and Eritreans are dying. Eritreans should be up in arms right now. There should be more people in that video that we made in that campaign that we posted last night. We should be doing way more. We should be out in the streets with our Tigrayan brothers and sisters, with our Oromo brothers and sisters. We should be in the freeway. The Oromos shut the freeway down in the middle of the summer during COVID. You remember that, Mark? Me and Mark were on the phone. We should have been in the freeway with them. But what do? We wait. We wait until it touches us. Why do we have to wait? We are one. We are one. We're human. This is about humanity. But we're stuck in our boxes and these ethnic groups. It can't be like that anymore. In my daily life, I interact with all kinds of people. I don't only deal with Eritrean people. That's the reality of my life. So why is it that when it comes to situations that are going on right now, we can't think outside of the box? We have to get out of our box. We cannot allow this narrative to be painted for us and be scared. So that's why the team got together. We reached out to other youth. We made the video that you guys saw, and we decided to do this initiative to speak out on behalf of everybody that's dying in the region, whether it's inside Eritrea, whether inside Ethiopia, whether it's inside Tigray. I just learned the tribe Benshangul. I never heard of a Benshangul. I don't know the tribe Benshangul, but I found out about them now. They were just massacred in their sleep. This is wrong. We should speak out on behalf of the Benshangul people. That's what we should do as human beings. We shouldn't wait for a Woodip to do it for us. With all due respect, I appreciate what Hagosa said. Our Woodips failed us. I am sorry, but that is the truth. Writing letters is great. I think that's wonderful. Writing petitions is also great. But you know what? Isaias is still standing. And Eritreans are still dying. Tigrayans got beheaded this week. And the Benshangul got massacred. So what are we doing? Making ourselves feel better behind the computer? That's what we're doing. It's not enough for us. It's not enough for me. It's not enough for my team. So the least we do on a Christmas holiday is do this initiative with you guys. 10 years I've been an activist. I am a part of a Woodip. It's not necessary for me to say that though, because I'm a bigger than my Woodip. That's the problem. Everybody is so concerned about their affiliations. It started with EPLF, then ELF, and now Woodibats. Is y'all gonna say right here, they don't know anything about the Woodibats. They don't even know what the word Woodib is. They don't. And I'm not gonna even bother to teach them that. I'm trying to teach them what it means to be a human being and care for humanity first. I taught them about what was going on in the current conflict and why we need to stand for what's right and stand again for what's wrong. And this war is wrong. So I see some of the comments in there, and I see a lot of positive comments, but I also see people leaning towards the fact of we need to talk about Woodib and we need to talk about EPLF and ELF. It is 2020. We have to think about today. We have to think in the now. And we have to talk about resolve, solutions. People are dying at this very moment. In the comfort of my home, it's so peaceful. All I can think of, the people who do not have peace back home. There is no peace in the region. What can we do as a people? As Tricia said, maybe it's not a united effort anymore. I'm beginning to realize that. Mark and I were waiting for a hierarchy. The last 52 days for somebody to do something. But we didn't see anybody taking action. So we decided, let's do something. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm going on a rampage or anything like that, but I'm expressing to you a bit of the frustration that I have as an activist for 10 years. This is the moment. We must seize the moment. Come together as Eritreans, stand in solidarity with our Tigrayan brothers and sisters, stand in solidarity with our Oromo brothers and sisters. with the people of Benshangul and all ethnic groups that are suffering. And I look towards Dr. Amaniel, I look towards Paulos, I look towards Memhed, and I'm looking towards others, other Abeti, Eritrean Abeti that are reasonable. Voices of reason is what I'm looking for right now as an activist. And there are a lot of youth, there are a lot of young people that Mark and I know that are willing and ready to work. They are smart. But what I'm not going to do is jump on the bandwagon of there's this Wadub and there's this organization. This is not fair and it's wrong. We're repeating the same mistakes over and over again. And that's why Isaias is winning. We need to change the structure. We need to change the game. We keep saying, yeah, I could ma'azu to yeah, I could. Hizbana, nihna, Isaias nafultoina, by the way. Buzhat said, oh, the last 52 days comes to get on Baal Isaias. Nana Isaias is a hadish phenomenon iconic. We've been fighting Isaias for a decade, nihna, kadminaha abotatna, for decades before that. So Isaias Afwerki is not a new phenomenon. We've been fighting him all over this country. So let's get it together as a people in our cities. Let's talk, let's communicate. And there's a new generation ready to join this struggle and to do something. But let's not fool ourselves. And for those of you that are hiding behind organizations and entities and NGOs, stop doing that because we're very aware of it. We're very aware. I work for free, F-R-E-E. I'm a volunteer in this movement and always have been, and so is Mark. I never talk about that and I never want to talk about myself, but I am working for free from day one, Sagab Haji, Sagab Malti. So, but عنا نسرح أبوتاتنا لو مسانا أديتاتنا لو مسانا بزي قدس هزباغو بارز نبارو جبهة نبارو بحسب نمتسة كم صدرة بات نزارة كم يقرنا تحقاقزنا نهاجرنا طرح دي هون to region as a whole KDMSIS. Okay, Baka, تودي. I love you guys. God bless you.
Do you want me to play the video to end the thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. One moment.
And proud to be a voice for the voiceless.
For the innocent civilians who are suffering.
Who have been displaced.
From this current humanitarian catastrophe.
And those that have sadly died and are still dying.
From the bloody conflict in Tigray and looming genocide.
We denounce Eritrean refugees being abducted from camps in Tigray and forcibly being returned to Eritrea.
All this orchestrated by the unelected dictator Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea.
And unelected Abiy Ahmed Ali of Ethiopia.